everybody. Are we back on the record? So I'm just going to read the boilerplate language. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Thank you. Please come to order. So we have a full agenda tonight, and I'll do my best to move us along so that we can conclude our meeting at the most reasonable hour possible. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect and refrain from personal attacks or speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping or pacing inappropriately. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the clerk or with the members, please share it with the clerk. So for purposes of prior notice, if people come back in to create an actual disturbance again for a third or fourth time, we will once again stop the meeting and you will not be allowed to return into the chambers for a third go-round. So this is just prior notice that we expect you to conduct yourself with proper decorum in the assembly chamber. So, and there will be an opportunity to be heard on the matter of your concern. So I believe I had Ms. Brawley on the floor. We are on AR 2023-422, a resolution of the Assembly adopting the 2024 state legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I believe I was in the process of moving Brawley Amendment number 1.
Second.
So a motion by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. This is important to our process because it is including Exhibit A, which was noted on the addendum when this item was submitted, that we would be submitting a version of the program for approval, and so this adds this to the record. Thank you.
All right, so any other discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the item is amended. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'd like to move Brawley Amendment number 2.
Second.
So an amendment is moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. This is simply to allow staff as needed to make conforming amendments or minor grammatical changes, not changes to the substance of the program, as we prepare this for final publication. And there will be, as it notes, an AIM for acceptance by the Assembly no later than January 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be appropriate for me to mention the item
Now is the time.
Thank you. So there is one change to the legislative program that I would like to argue should be encompassed with the approval of this amendment, and that would be under priority 2, the top issue there under legislative requests, the $10 million capital request. It talks about in the second sentence there, funding for the Alaska Housing Trust. The Alaska Housing Trust is not the legal entity. The legal entity is Housing Alaskans. And then for the long version, Housing Alaskans, a public-private partnership. But I believe it would be a scrivener's error to simply replace Alaska Housing Trust with the Alaska Housing Trust with Housing Alaskans. But I'll leave that ruling up to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I tend to agree. And so if I rule with the member that it's a scrivener's error, is there anyone that objects? I'm hearing no objection. So we'll determine that that is a scrivener's error through the conforming amendment. We'll just change that phrase to Housing Alaskans. Okay. So any other discussion on the conforming amendment? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion. Ms. Brawley. Oh, sorry, Mr. Cross, I guess, is in the queue first.
This is just an editing. I noticed on page 10, one of the edits we made, the fourth item under J. Bar Chuyak, Eagle River, it says artillery road overpass. It's artillery. That's just a spelling error, if we can make sure that grammatical error is repaired. The name of the road is
Page 10, the word artillery instead of arterial. Also a scrivener's error. Is there any objection? No, okay. So, okay. Now, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding this item, I just want to give some brief context for this document as well as express gratitude for the process that we took to get here. So the annual legislative program is the municipality's official statement of legislative priorities for the coming year and communicates to the Alaska legislature and governor what our broad policy priorities are, as well as specific requests for funding, law changes, and actions for the benefit of our residents. This program is not about personal priorities. This document is the priorities of the municipality of Anchorage and helps carry our collective voices to Juneau. The Assembly's big task this year, last big task this year, now before us at tonight's meeting, is to vote to approve this program. Once it is finalized, the Muni will produce copies, transmit the final program to the legislature and the governor, and it will be the grounding policy document for our advocacy in Juneau in 2024. The process of developing this program began months ago with diligent work of the Legislative Committee, with all members identifying priorities, and with close collaboration along the way between the Assembly and the Mayor's office. I want to especially thank Legislative Services staff, including our Legislative Services Director, Claire Ross. Also want to thank the Mayor's Legislative Liaison, Mia Costello, and the team on the 8th floor for working together these last few months, our Legislative Policy Analyst, Jennifer Vaneklassen, for the research and coordination on various policy issues, and lastly, our Communications Coordinator, Allie Hartman, for making this formatted draft book look great. We all worked hard to get this product as far along as possible, stay consistent in our key priorities, respond to emerging issues, and work as much as possible to build consensus on specifics. And so I'll just note that we had a work session on this item on Friday. We made some changes as a result of that discussion, again, moving as close to final as possible, and now it is before us tonight, so I would urge your support. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Salt.
Thanks. Just in addition to those that Member Brawley thanked, I also want to thank Member Brawley for her work on this. It shows, and also as Mr. Kemplin said earlier, if we go down as a municipality divided, it'll show, and I think this takes a large step for the Assembly and the administration to come down as a united front. So good work. Thanks.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to note another, what I believe to be a scrivener's error, is that in a previous draft under East Anchorage, there was a Campbell Park project that was supposed to be moved to the Midtown section, but I think it was inadvertently just deleted instead of moved. So I just want to note that as a scrivener's error and hope that that would be fixed in the final version.
So I think it would be better to, and I hate to open the can, but to actually make an amendment to add that back in, only because it substantively is different. It's not there versus it is there.
All right, then if you give me a second, I'll open up the draft and make that amendment.
Yeah, I really don't want to do that, but I think it's the only way. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I support whatever process we need to go forward. I will note this was discussed in the Friday work session, and the intent was to move it from the East Anchorage section on district priorities to Midtown. So we just need to restore the language that was there, and so I apologize that we missed that. But I don't know if that would count as a scrivener's error, but that was the intent.
Yeah, I think that we should just take a quick vote and minimize the actions, but make sure we're really clear on that, because you can't go from nothing to something without an action. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move to add a bullet point to the Midtown section on page 11 stating the following, and I'll email this to the clerk. Campbell Creek Trail dash separated grade crossing at Lake Otis, House Districts 13, 14, and 19, Senate Districts G and J.
Second.
So a motion made by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Bond. Wait for the clerk to catch up. Was that accurately we're close. So districts,
I can figure out the districts later.
okay, you'll do it later. That'll be under the conforming side. Okay, so on this one, is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that objection, or that amendment is adopted. Yeah, I had Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Bond. Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Bond. All right, so anyone else wish to discuss the plan, this item? Nope, hearing and seeing none. Members may proceed to, oh, I'm sorry, Karen, there you popped in.
I'm sorry, I was very slow. I don't know if this is the right moment, but you mentioned that we have to be a united front, and I'm certainly hoping when the mayor brings this and presents it, he's not agnostic to certain things.
Yeah, well, that's fine, that wasn't in the form of a question, it doesn't have to be member comments, so, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-422 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D1. Ms. Brawley. Wait, I'll read it first. Zoning memorandum number AM 918-2023, amendment number 4 to contract with Agnubec PO 2022002314 to provide professional services for alcoholic beverage retail sales tax outreach program. Now, Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I would need to make a disclosure.
You have the floor.
So Agnubec, the contractor who was being proposed for an amendment, is my former employer. I made the same disclosure on September 26th. My last day of employment was May 26, 2023. I was not involved in the work under this contract while I was a member, nor was I involved in any of the contract amendments since joining this body of April of 2023.
Thank you. So it's the ruling of the chair that on this item you do not have a conflict. We had some discussion today about when a conflict is no longer a conflict, when you don't have to further disclose. And I think we settled on a year after the election. You have not been in that position. That's probably sufficient. So does anybody object to the ruling? No. Okay, thank you. So the ruling stands. So now we have before us this item. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Delatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Anyone wish to discuss the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 918-2023 has passed the body. So next we have item 10D1. I'm sorry, we just did 10D1. Next we have 10D6. 10D6 is Assembly Memorandum AM 929-2023, approval of Public Art Commission contract with artist John Coyne.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. This was pulled simply to amend the title to correct a display of a number. It should read 300,000 in the last line, but it says 300,000 and it's missing, it says 300,00.00 and it needs an extra zero there.
So there's a motion to amend?
Yes, move to amend.
Second.
Okay, moved.
Mr. Chair,
Yep, Mr. Collis.
there are two instances, there's a,
Right, it's not just in the title.
okay, thank you.
So anywhere in the document where it shows, is that fair interpretation? Okay, so anywhere in the document where it shows 300,00.00 should read 300,000. So that amendment was moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland as well. Any objection to that amendment? Hearing and seeing none. Okay, we now have the main motion before us. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? I'll just say that Mr. Coyne is an amazing artist, and I'm glad to see the first of a couple major public art commissions that we've seen in a very long time. And in some ways, this is the best of our community when we support the arts, when we're growing our industry, when we're growing our economy. So I urge your support. Thank you. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 929-2023 as amended has passed the body. Oh, that was the amendment, not, sorry. No. It's the rare occasion when my track is better than the clerk's. I'm going to note that for the record, because it never happens. So, okay, so we did take the vote was unanimous. Next, we'll move on to, are you ready? One sec. Thank you. Next, we have item 10D12. 10D12 is AM 935-2023, Human Resources Advisory Board, Aaron Rhodes. Ms. Brongo.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Brongo, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Brongo.
So I pulled this one because when I was looking around for information about Mr. Rhodes, I came across the fact that he was the chief of staff of Charlie Pierce, who was removed from office for illustrious reasons in Soldotna. And he was chief of staff at the time, which he should have stepped into the mayoral role. I do not know why he didn't, but it's kind of concerning being on a human resources advisory board and being that close to some behavior that was not acceptable, that got someone removed from office. The other question I had was, it says his present job is in Fairbanks, and so I don't know if that's a mistake or if he resides in Fairbanks, so that is why I pulled it. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd, you have yourself in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The chair to Member Bronga, I did have a chance, since he pulled it, to review I think Jeremy Shea's report in Alaska Public Media that went over some of the details. My understanding, just from reading the public process, was that Ashburn and Mason at some point was involved as a third party that came in and handled that personnel matter. It's reported in the press as being handled internal and confidential. What I see when we put this candidate forward is that he has a sterling background. I'll just read some of it. He's taught as an adjunct professor in human resources. He's got a master's in human resource management and has been doing this not just with local governments such as Kenai's, but he was at North Pole. He's been working for village tribe health centers and other health providers here in the state of Alaska, it looks like for the better part of the last 15 years, and he has a private human resource background. He has a sterling resume. I don't know what the circumstances are, and from what I could make out in the press, I'm not sure that that's germane to the fact that this gentleman is extremely qualified to be on the Human Resources Board, both because of his background and his experience, and we think he's a great candidate. To your other question, through the chair, I will find out, but I do not believe he is a resident of Fairbanks, but I can confirm that in just a moment.
So by just a moment, do you want us to move on to another item and come back to this?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, thank you. So we'll suspend this item briefly. We'll come back to it. Oh, I have, Ms. Brawley, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, it was related to residency, not so much for this individual, but I know that question has come up a couple times, and so I mainly want to suggest maybe for future appointments, I know we certainly don't want to have someone's personal address, right? That gets redacted. But perhaps on the cover letter, just noting that it is confirmed that they are a resident, because I know that's come up a couple times. We certainly don't want to inadvertently disclose personal information. I believe the answer that was given when this came up last time with a different individual was that was what they had submitted in the system, but I believe that we should do an additional check and not just I mean, hopefully we're taking people at their word, but I believe it is important because it is in our code that they are supposed to be a resident of Anchorage. Thank you. Or domiciled in Anchorage.
Thank you. So we've gone through the queue now. We'll just go ahead and take up item 10D16. 10D16 is AM 941-2023, Amendment 3. It's a non-encumbering contract with Alaska Pro Truckers, AK Pro, to provide as-needed snow hauling services. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to postpone to the meeting of December 19th.
Second.
Motion to postpone by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Mrs. Zalatel. Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you. Yes, I think we all want to be in a position where we are funding an adequate snow removal response. However, we do have a special meeting of the Enterprise and Utilities Committee meeting tomorrow, and I'm hoping to get more details from the administration about sort of what is the plan going forward. Additionally, I have questions about where this $2.5 million is going to come from. And, in the document it says funding sources will be identified prior. And I don't know if this would be the type of item that we would want to fund CERT for. So I don't see that here. So really, I would just like to take the opportunity to have the meeting tomorrow, and maybe this ask can be addressed then. Thank you.
Mr. Colhais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Voland, excuse me. Trying to remember your questions. There is no fund cert attached. It's a non-encumbering contract, so we're just adding capacity to the contract. We're burning through that capacity right now, hauling snow. Mr. Wilbur's here to speak. I can't speak to whether a delay of 2 weeks would impact our snow hauling operations. Mr. Wilbur may be able to address that, but this is not spending $2.5 million. It's adding $2.5 million to the contract, and it would be spent out of whatever's available in fiscal year 23 as well as 2024 funds from M&O. But I'll let Mr. Wilbur answer any additional questions you may have.
Mr. Wilbur. There you go.
Through the chair, Mr. Boland, I would respectfully request that the Assembly do approve this tonight, and here is why. The contractor that we have is hauling right now, and we'd like to be able to do that service. And the amount of capacity that we have in the contract, we expect at the rate that we're going through, we will expend the amount of capacity that we have before the 19th, so we'd ask you to sort of keep this contract going. It does not require additional funds. We're going to use the amount of money that's budgeted in our 23 operating budget to continue that service. So that is why we had asked you tonight, and I think some of the questions that you have, Assemblymember Boland, will be happy to address tomorrow, but I would encourage you to allow our contract to continue hauling. They're doing it right now. We have got basically 30 trucks in 2 shifts, and they're meeting the requests that we have as a requirement of the contract. And the conditions right now are perfect for hauling. It's cold. We can move those things, and it's snowing, so we'd like to just keep on it if we could. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have some questions, Ms. Zalatel.
Okay, this is going to be really bad, but we're going to try this. So I get that, but we have the emergency contracts in place as well that we authorized through the end of the year that were put in place during the snow emergency. So there's that capacity that should be at play as well. I mean, I think it really boils down to the total not to exceed amount of this contract through June of 2024 is $8.8 million. I mean, is that the new normal? I mean, I need some context here. This is a big increase for essentially 6.5 months. What is our total budget remaining in 23? What is our total budget in 24 for snow? And I think that's why we want to delay it past tomorrow so we can get some context to know where this fits in the tools that we're going to use to address snow moving forward. So hopefully we don't have another situation like before. So that's a lot, but I'm only going to try to talk once. So if you want to try to address some of those things, but that's really a big piece of this delay. We have to put each of these contracts into context. And non-encumbering contracts still have to have money somewhere. And again, I don't get context for what's budgeted for this, whether or not you pull the trigger on it.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatel. So The $8 million, remember the contract this contract for Alaska Pro Truckers is the original contract that we had, and the contract was signed for basically with a service from November of 22 through, I think, basically June of 24. So, and if we did that and then exercised the one-year option and did all of those things for the contract, that's how we get to the $8 million. So the original contract was basically for 2 years at about $3.6 million for two. So we had a $1.8 million, and then it was authorized for per year, $1.8 million for per year. So that some of those 2 years is 3.6. We did two amendments. One was for $100,000, one was for $750,000. That gets us to roughly $4.5 million total capacity. This amendment is a request of $2.5 million. That would bring that number closer to $7 million. If we exercise the contract again after next June, that gets us to the $8 million. That money will be spent from our 24 budget. I hope that makes sense. So again, this is the contract we use primarily to haul downtown. This is the contract we're using to haul our streets right now. The additional contracts that were authorized by the Assembly, and appreciate that support, was as in response to that heavy snow that we've got. So we've got side dumps, extra buckets for cul-de-sacs, and extra hauling if we need it. So this is the original contract. Those other services are basically not being used. And again, this contract is for end dumps. So we need those, they're smaller trucks for the downtown. So I apologize if our explanation was not that clear, but that's kind of where we are. I think the challenge that we would face is if you decide to delay until the 19th, I think we're going to basically run out of current capacity because we've been hauling a lot, and we will run out of capacity before the 19th, so we'll stop hauling.
So a quick follow-up, sorry. So since February 2023, if my math is correct, we're spending through June 2024, we're spending approximately $3.35 million just on this contract, assuming we use all of its capacity.
That's correct.
Okay. That's different than how we've been budgeting for snow in the past. And that's the context. I think that's important because we deliberately left room under the tax cap to make sure we've adequately budgeted for snow moving forward. So this exceeds what we have spent in the past by quite a bit. And I realize we've had some snow events, and the question becomes, are our snow events, what's the new normal? And I guess you're gonna have to be a meteorologist and help us figure that out tomorrow. The other piece is, where do the emergency snow hauling contracts we approved or that were issued under the snow emergency, and how do they provide you capacity in addition to this?
Through the chair, I think the additional emergency capacity that you have given us, we are basically winding all of that service down. This particular one for the 2.5, again, it's not just between now and the end of the year. It's going to go through all the way through through the spring.
I'm sorry, that's not my question. We gave you authorization on those contracts through the end of the year. You all told us you needed them through the end of the year. So I'm surprised to hear that they're winding down. Is this cheaper? Is that why we're doing this? Is this cheaper than the emergency contracts?
Through the chair, I don't know if the hourly rate is cheaper. I just have to find out. I don't know if the hourly rate is.
I guess in the end, and this is why I'm a little bit upset about this and willing to talk about it, is these things have to be put in context of all the other things we're authorizing around snow. Otherwise, it just becomes a myriad of contracts and authorizations, and we're not getting a spreadsheet that's bringing it down. We're not otherwise, right? And we are trying to communicate with the public. This is how much we're spending on snow. This is how much is planned to be spent on snow. We got you. We're not going to have, multiple days of school canceled again. So that's what's driving the questions. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And just to emphasize what Member Zalatel said as well, we're not, this isn't about whether or not we need to take care of snow adequately. It's about, understanding what we're spending and that we're being appropriate. My question is, again, trying to understand if there is room to postpone this, can't we use, or I guess, What role do our actual staff play in snow hauling? Maybe that's just something that I need to ask tomorrow, a basic question, but why can't we essentially use staff, especially if there is this interim period? Thank you.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Brawley, we are using our staff as well. This contract is for trucks. So they basically, we bring it to the middle of the street, we use our blower, and we blow it into the trucks, and they haul it to snow dump sites.
And so are there municipally owned trucks that also perform that service? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes. And we are using them in addition to the request for this contract.
All right, thank you. I have myself in the queue. So here's a dilemma that I'm starting to face with a number of these non-encumbering contracts. Across the board, it's not just snow hauling, it's health, it's a number of things. It is absolutely impossible for us as an appropriating body to understand when the money's spent because we don't know where it's coming from, we don't know where it's going to, we don't know when it was spent. We have an audit that we received today that demonstrates that, in fact, we're letting work happen that we don't have money to pay for because it hasn't been appropriated because all the money's been used in a non-encumbering contract. So it feels like we're operating in an environment of Swiss cheese and the river is running right through it and we can't be fiduciarily responsible. And so it's funny because that argument cuts both ways on this item, right? It cuts the way of, well, we're about to run out of money for the contractor we have, but we have snow to haul under one of these non-encumbering contracts. We need the money or the service has to stop, some gray area where somebody somewhere must know when the money's run out. I can't tell you who, right? I don't have any bead on the question of when that actually runs out except for some kind of ambiguous in the next 2 weeks. But again, I read an audit today that said we're authorizing work for money we haven't appropriated. So on the other side of that, it's here we are approving a big pile of money that's in order to ensure we don't end up in that situation where the money is not there. And so it's like, it's a real dilemma from up here because we're being asked to operate in the blind.
Through the chair, the reason we don't appropriate, we're not asking for more appropriation is because, and again, Assemblymember Zolotel pointed out, we weren't clear that the ability to pay for this additional authorization is already approved in our 23 budget. That is why, for the amount that we're going to use in 23, and then in 2024, as the budget gets approved, we would then use the approved 24 budget for any use of this contract after January 1st.
And Lance, not to say I don't believe you, right? That's not the point here. The point is just today I read a document that says contracts are being issued, work is being done beyond the scope of the appropriation, and then we're getting bills that we don't have money to pay. And so it's becoming very difficult to discern what's actually happening through the use of endless non-encumbering contracts with no appropriation or with no fund cert applied because it's not required. We're being put in this terrible place where we're being asked on faith to appropriate or to authorize contracts when we're in the gray. And so again, like I said, on this one, it cuts both ways. I don't know where to fall on this. I appreciate that you're back with a contract to work with Alaska Pro Truckers because last year it was a whole other conversation with the same provider. And so I wait to hear everyone, lots of people in the queue, so I don't know where I fall on this motion to postpone. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So 2 questions, would appreciate just brief responses to them. So first is, as I understand it, we don't have capacity within the municipal workforce to do this work. I just want to double confirm that we don't have capacity within either our term contracts or emergency contracts to do this work either. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is accurate. I also remind the Assembly that we hire a contractor to help us haul snow every single year.
Okay.
This is the term contract.
Well, any of our other contracts, yes, thank you. So then I guess my second question is, so if that is the case, and delaying it could possibly hamper the work, which I don't think any of us really want to do that, right? None of us want to hamper the work getting done, but we all want to do our roles as fiduciary oversight, right? I'm wondering if a delay that is shorter than to the 19th would, sort of meeting in the middle, would make sure that this work doesn't get delayed unnecessarily and allows us the opportunity to do our role as fiduciary oversight. So would a delay by a week, do you think, hamper this contract?
Through the chair, I would not want to extend it. Then I think that we probably have enough room. Then it just depends on how much it snows and how much we haul.
Okay, then I guess for the folks who want to make those kinds of motions, I think it would make sense then for us to possibly postpone, maybe not to the 19th, but to somewhere in between. Thanks.
Note that there is a special meeting scheduled for the 12th. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I think I was sort of grappling with the same considerations as Member Rivera pointed to. I won't reiterate the questions the other members of the body have asked, but I would feel better going forward with this if those questions were answered. But I also recognize that we have snow on the ground. We haven't finished digging out. I would hate for the people who are struggling still today to get around our city to have any further delays brought into the mix because we weren't able to bring the resources to bear. So I'm amenable to the idea of either finding a happy medium in the date or perhaps just ask the question if there's a medium in the price. I mean, if we amend this, I understand 2.5 million is we're talking about through June 30th of 2024. That's where we're talking about the next 6 plus months here. You're saying we're going to run out of snow here run out of money here in the next few weeks if we don't do something. So do we have to necessarily agree to 2.5 million, or would an alternative be to amend this for a smaller amount so that we have the capacity between now and when we actually get the chance to dive into these questions?
Through the chair, Mr. Johnson, we could do that. The reason that we picked up is the $2.5 million is that we were thinking that's how much extra capacity we would need between this date and basically, March. So if we just want to look at the capacity that we would probably need between now and the end of the year, I would encourage you to at least make it $1 million.
Okay, I guess I will say for my part, I'm inclined to vote against the amendment to postpone to the 19th and instead amend the contract amount, which would be a separate amendment after we debate this.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you. Yeah, if the second agrees, I will go ahead and pull my motion.
Yes.
So just to note that the code doesn't require the second to agree. The code only requires that the mover rescinds the motion. And so, yeah. So is that what just happened? Okay, so now we have no motion before us. Ms. Altel, you're in the queue.
Yeah, so we only need $1.5 million next year, but we need $1 million for the next 3 weeks capacity. Can you clarify that a little bit? I'm where we need a motion on the floor. I move to amend to change the amount to $1 million.
Move to approve first.
Oh, move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Altel,
Okay.
seconded by Ms. Volland. Ms. Altel.
Okay, I'm going to hold my amendment then. So $1 million for 3 weeks, and then the rest is only $1.5 million?
So through the chair, Ms. Salatel, so if we do not use that capacity,
Yeah.
I can't tell you that it's going to be $550,000. I'd like as much flexibility as I can possibly get between now and the end of the year. At $1 million, we're going to spend more than $1 million between now and April in hauling. So whatever amount you do now, we will be coming to you in the first of the year for another increase in this amount with the answers to the questions that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Johnson brought forward.
So snow's helping me find my voice here tonight. I get that, but I think what Mr. Constant said really resonates. How much could be fund certified through the end of the year? That's what I want to know. What's left to budget for snow hauling this year so this contract doesn't exceed that amount? I know it goes into next year, but I think what I'm hearing on the dais is let's make sure we're covered this year, investigate it more tomorrow, and then bring back the remainder. So I don't know how much we have left in the budget for this year. So we can find out that amount that would be the amendment I would make.
You have quite a queue. Mr. Cross.
She has an amendment, so we're speaking to her amendment, right?
No, the motion is
Okay.
just to approve at this point. It's the
Yeah,
main motion.
I just want to make sure that, we understand that if we don't pass this, there's a really good chance that starting tomorrow, they just won't be hauling any more snow. So, and I guess that's my question for Mr. Colhayes or for Lance. But fortunately, it looks like that's off the table. It looks like we're ready to approve it. It's just a specific amount. But just clarify, is there a risk that if we didn't pass this, that snow hauling would stop?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I guess the other part of this where I just say approve their capacity for the contract is because basically we're asking them to predict the weather. We're predicting how much it's going to snow in the next week. I can't trust the weather report for 72 hours, much less expect that we know what's going to happen in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We didn't even expect what would happen when we had the snowstorm. That was supposed to be 8 inches and we got 24 plus. So I'm hesitant. I don't think that our snow plowing division, that Paul and that Lance are just indiscriminately removing snow without cause. So I guess I would give them the most capacity that we can so that they can react, so that we aren't the hurdle in getting services provided promptly to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. So I put myself in the queue. Here we find ourselves back to the point where, to quote Fred Dyson, we're wrapping our knickers in a knot, we're tying our hair up in a bun, we're lighting it on fire and swinging from the chandeliers. If we don't pass this, it's an emergency, but we only put it on the addendum Friday. If this was an actual need that was so critical, why the hell wasn't it put on the regular order of business? Why are we always left with, if you don't do this, it's your fault? This is an unacceptable reality that we're facing, in which it's every time we come back, we have questions. We got an audit today that said the contracts aren't being executed properly. And now we're told it's your fault if it snows. And we're willing, it's been expressed, to take this to the end of the year where you can come back to us with an item introduced on the regular agenda and have the questions answered, but that's too much. That is getting to the point where this is the operating condition of the administration, where we are told it's the end of the world if you don't do what we want, but we just told you 3 days ago. And so how is that a rational, responsible, and competent way to run this municipality? It is not. It is simply not. I don't know how we can continue to do business like this. We're trying. But you can't lay a $2.5 million deal on the table with 3 days' notice without giving us background and tell us the end of the world is coming. It's baffling to me how we can conduct the people's business in this manner. Mr. Salt.
Thanks. I'm not sure that getting it on Thursday would have mattered, but it might have given us more time if we got in prior to have a work session to understand this. This only affects hauling, not plowing, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And is there, so if we don't approve 2.5 tonight, so we approve 1 million, you'll probably have to come back on the 19th to ask for more money to start off next year, or we're just going to roll the dice between January 1 and January, can't quite see it, but 5th or whatever the first meeting is in the new year.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Salt, we would not come back on 19th for the balance of the request that we have. We would use the amount that we have, and then as we move into 2024, as we need the more capacity, that's when we would ask again to extend the capacity in the contract.
Okay. And is there anyone, I guess, here that could explain why this was brought up at the last second?
I think the amount and the speed in which we were able to haul was faster than we had anticipated. But to Mr. Constant's point, it's not our desire or our plan to bring these things to you at the last minute. It's our request that we just continue to move forward with the hauling process that we have. I frankly don't disagree with Mr. Constant that we need to get these things to you sooner. The fact is we were hauling a lot of snow and we were using a lot of capacity really quick. So.
Mr. Colhayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wilbur's touched on many of the things, but I have been in communication with Mr. Van Landingham. He advises that in the last 2 weeks, they've spent $513,000 hauling snow. So at that projection, and he also advises that they are at capacity, so that hauling would hauling would stop tomorrow if there's not capacity added to the contract, and we can, if it stops, it stops. With respect to why we ended up here, I would agree with Mr. Wilbur's comments. We do not desire to be in this situation. We wish we'd brought this forward earlier. The street maintenance folks and Public Works Administration track these contracts pretty closely, but as Mr. Wilbur noted, they've been working hard and hauling a lot of snow over the past few weeks. There was a question about, I'm touching a few points, there's a question about whether city trucks could do this. We don't have 30 city dump trucks and operators to do this. This is very well suited for contract work, as I think Mr. Constant noted. We're glad to have Alaska Pro performing. They've been doing a very good job this year. Mr. Van Landingham's very pleased with them. So this is a response to 39 or 40 inches of snow and street maintenance working as rapidly as they can to widen the streets. We can certainly make it work with $1 million in capacity. And again, I know that everybody's aware, but this is contract capacity. This is not the budget. The budget is in the 2023 maintenance and operations budget, or if this work carries into 24, it would be paid for out of the 2024 budget. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to amend, to change the amounts in lines 7 and 34 from 2.5 million to 1 million. And then I think that'll also necessitate a little bit of math in line 36 and 37, but is that enough information for us to put the amendment on the floor?
Which lines?
So we need to change line 7 and 34, where it says 2.5 million to 1 million.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Bronca. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. I think I kind of already explained primarily my reasoning for this, and I share my members' most of their concerns and questions, but I'm really reluctant to be one of the ones to put the brakes on getting the snow cleared out. Like I said before, it continues to have an impact on people's ability to function safely within the city, and so we need to get the snow out of here, and we need to figure out better ways to do this going forward, sure, but I think this is just the reality of the circumstances we're in today. So I would encourage my members to support this amendment and then pass the motion for $1 million, and I think it's fair to say, or perhaps we should reasonably expect, that we'll be coming back with an ask somewhere in the next few months for more money, increased capacity in this contract, but at this point, I think you're being given more than adequate opportunity to prepare the rationalization for that. So I would be shocked and disappointed if it was another surprise emergency laid on the table item if this comes up again.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'm just pondering the fact that this is adding, and I understand now the amendment, still adding $1 million when even prior amendments that were executed were smaller than this and for, it looks like, a shorter term. I understand it was the beginning of last winter. And I guess I'm bringing this up because it's in the context of having had multiple discussions, even since I joined this body, which was just this year, after that winter, around ballooning contracts and this issue of a contract is issued for a certain amount and then it ends up going up to something different than what was originally proposed. I understand contracts are treated differently in terms of public hearing requirements and things like that, but I just, again, I think as Member Zalatel said, the context of all of this is not that anybody doesn't want to see the snow hauled, but that we're operating in this environment where we've had issues with the contracts, we've had, as Mr. Constant said, these issues of, pass this, it's an emergency, we just gave it to you a few days ago, and so it's really difficult to feel like we can do a good job and give that oversight without causing problems with the operations of the municipality. So it just doesn't feel like a good place to be in. That's not a question, that's a comment, but it makes it really difficult. Thank you.
Ms. Alatal.
Thank you. So I really want to I appreciate Mr. Johnson's thought and his amendment. We are taking up tonight an item that reconciles the expenditures with the appropriations for 2022. We will not know until our books are reconciled for 2023 what our burn rate on snow was, and if we went over and we went hot, right? We clean it up after the fact because we have to not only pass a balanced budget, we have to execute a balanced budget. So I would really like an answer to my question. How much money is left right now for 2023 for snow removal in the budget? I really want to know what we have left, what's our current capacity, because I can't know whether or not we can make more obligations until I know what our capacity is. And yeah, y'all have every right to burn hot, and you got to figure it out in the end, but we're the fiscal stewards for the municipality. We go answer, right? We have a mayor who talks about being responsible and accountable to the property taxpayer. Well, we are too. And if we just don't understand the burn rate and we don't know if we're going outside the budgeted amounts, how can we go and be responsible to the property taxpayer? It's not just what you budget, it's what you spend and how you spend it, and how you spend it strategically in concert with all of your other efforts. And frankly, I'm really disappointed because we noticed our meeting on snow weeks ago. Weeks ago, we would be taking this issue up. So with that, I move to postpone this to the special meeting of the 12th.
Second.
A motion to postpone to the meeting of the 12th has been made by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley.
Point of order, Chair?
Yeah.
Do we have to deal with the amendment that's on the floor before we take up a new one?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, so go ahead.
So briefly, I realize, I heard they may have to pull trucks off the road. I think they'll figure it out. I think when push comes to shove, it will get figured out. We need to do our due diligence and do our work. And I feel like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place when they knew our meeting was coming. And, you know, could have asked for a work session, could have sent us an email briefing us. I very much agree with Mr. Constant. We're just kind of looped in last minute. And that's not any disparagement to Mr. Van Landingham, to the operators. They are literally on the ground. But I expect the management of this municipality to work with us so that we can timely get you what you need in a way that we don't feel like our hands are tied. And then we can be strategic about it. Because that's the whole point of tomorrow's conversation, is how are we going to be strategic moving forward? We, in the last year, have had 2 interesting snow events. How can we plan for those instead of just react to those? And I feel like simply just saying, oh, we're going to move forward with your contract, move forward, because you've got our feet to the fire, isn't okay anymore. And, you know, I'm sorry you're put in this position, Mr. Wilbur, because I know you're trying to manage a difficult situation. It's really incumbent upon the management of the municipality to keep us informed, keep us apprised. I mean, I don't feel comfortable until I have a budget number, because I don't want to approve anything for 2023 that will exceed what we have budgeted. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. The vote is to postpone this to the meeting of the 12th December. On a vote of 5-5, the motion fails. And the youth member?
No.
No. So the amendment is back on the floor, $500,000, or no, $1 million. Any discussion to the amendment? I'll just add before we vote that we just can't see these items laid on the table or on the addendum and be expected to take it up as an emergency. No notification, it wasn't on the must-pass list, we didn't get any briefing on this, and we are operating in the blind and on faith, and it's getting hard. And it's not to do with the operators, as Ms. Alatal said, it's not to do with the operation getting the snow. It has to do with the fact that we just had it announced tonight that the audited financial statements for 2022 aren't going to be available until 2024. And so we're in a position where we're way out of alignment with our duty to the taxpayer. So, but I do support the motion to amend to that smaller amount. I know there's snow on the horizon, so members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8-2 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has passed. Next we have the main motion. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. A vote of 9-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AM 941-2023 as amended has passed the body. Next we have item 10E1. 10E1 is AR 2023-412, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating a not to exceed $100,000 of Ben Bokie Dempsey Anderson Ice Arena Capital Reserve Account revenues within the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund 461-800 for repairs, replacements, maintenance, and improvements to the Ben Bokie and Dempsey Anderson Ice Arenas. So, can I get a motion?
Move to postpone to the meeting of December 19th.
Second.
Okay, so Ms. Brawley moves to postpone to December 19. Ms. Zalatal seconds. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I believe there was another member who wanted to speak to this.
I'll go ahead and speak to it briefly. So I have asked the administration for an itemized list of expenditures, the Sullivan Arena, which I know isn't on this, but what's happening at this time is there was just a 7-year operating agreement or contract, or I'm not sure exactly what it's called, with the same operator that is providing services at Ben Bokie and Dempsey Ice Arenas. And the contract requires certain expenses to be paid by the contractor and certain expenses to be paid by the municipality. I've asked for a table of expenditures at the Sullivan Arena since July 1. I've been waiting, and I understand that the list will be coming soon, but I think we have a duty to understand if the taxpayer is paying for expenses that the contractor is supposed to be paying for as a benefit to them, and if that's the case, we need to make sure we aren't exceeding the authority of the code and the tax fund. So I'm asking for a little bit more time on this item so that we can get that report back from Maintenance and Operations to understand how capital improvement funds have been spent since July 1. Anyone? Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-412 has been postponed to the meeting of December the 12th, or December the 19th. So are we ready to go back to 10D12? We are? Okay. Let's roll the calendar back to 10D12. I think Ms. Bronke, you had the floor.
So I was waiting to hear about residency, but in the meantime, Public Radio KDLL reports that the lawsuit that I was speaking of was about the Borough of Kenai failing to protect a woman and several other people in the employ of the mayor's office. The acting human resources director at the time of the complaint was Aaron Rhodes. And the lawsuit says that this woman was asked to come back to work or be terminated by Aaron Rhodes. And I feel like this is an inappropriate appointment.
So I think that the code requires that we are very careful in speaking about a person's reputation in open session. And so if this is a matter that a member wants to explore more and the administration feels that we should, then we should take this to an executive session at another time. If your question can be in a way, or your comments and replies can be asked in a way that don't go towards the reputation of the individual too pointedly, then I think we can proceed. And so I think I'm going to leave it up to both the administration and the member to try to hew that line. Be careful. Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Braga, to answer the previous question, I did have a chance over the break. Mr. Whitney from our office contacted the candidate and confirmed that he has a residency in Anchorage and is a resident of Anchorage. I looked on his application and he has an address in Anchorage with an Anchorage zip code. So I think that answers that question. As far as the more delicate subject, I will simply point out that, as I think I mentioned before, he has served as a human resources person in other governments in Alaska, North Pole, and I think we stand by this ask of an appointment to the Assembly in large part because of the body of this candidate's work, which spans both local government, some tribal government experience, and also private enterprise. He did human resources for NSTAR. So we would ask the body to consider, we're not opposed to postponement, but this is a board that has not been up and running for a while, and we're trying to make all those boards operational so that they can serve the people of Anchorage. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. I'm going to let Ms. Brawley go. She hasn't yet spoken to this item. Then Ms. Braga.
Thank you. I just want to state, I wasn't aware that this board hadn't been meeting or constituted. I'm not quite sure the specific circumstances, but given prior issues with this administration regarding human resources and activities, I understand we're not talking about a staff person, we're talking about an advisory commission, but I believe it is in the best interest of the municipality to be extremely careful and extremely conscientious about who we would place on an advisory board dealing with human resources issues, especially also given that we have a workforce that we need to rebuild, and we certainly want people to stick around. Thank you.
Ms. Braga.
So I want to make clear that I know nothing about whether any of this is true, but I wondered if it might be appropriate for you to look into this more prior to this appointment, because it sounded like tonight would be the first time you heard that he was in that administration that had something going on.
Mr. Johnson.
I would like to make a motion to postpone this item to the first meeting in January.
Second.
So the motion is to postpone the item to the meeting of January 9.
And I think I'd like to suggest that maybe between now and then we schedule a work session to take up some of these questions.
Well, I think that it would have to be at a special meeting in executive session. So moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Brawley. We are scheduling now to the first week of January for the meeting of the 9th of January. So, Ms. Alatil.
Thank you. Is the postponement to dig into these allegations? And if so, then it will need to be a special meeting conducted in executive session? Or is it as to the individual's qualifications as are listed on paper? Because those are two different types of inquiries that have two different types of meetings.
If I may,
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, I think it would be the former. So forgive my not understanding the procedure, but I would believe that it would be appropriate to have a special meeting and executive session so that we can discuss the questions that have been raised in the allegations. That would be my recommendation, but Either way, I think postponement is an appropriate course of action.
Okay, so I think there's consensus that a postponement is coming. The question will be, do we do it at a special meeting? And if we do it at a special meeting, then why don't we, rather than postpone it to the meeting of the 9th, hold on one sec. So I would ask the maker of the motion to, instead of making it to the meeting of the 9th, make it to the 5th. We will call a special meeting just for the purpose of this with an executive session. That way we don't eat up our entire meeting on the 9th with breaking and convening and tackling those issues. Right. Yeah, so I mean, if we're going to have a special meeting, it should be on the agenda.
I support that.
So the mover is okay with that, so then the motion would be to postpone to a time certain, special meeting, 1/5. Okay, thank you. So, anyone else wish to speak to this? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 6-4, that motion fails. So now we have the main motion before us. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 3-7 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AM 935-2023 has failed to pass the body. Next, we have item 10E5. 10E5 is AR 2023-420, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating and reauthorizing American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 local fiscal recovery funds in the amount of $170,000 from previously appropriated projects to pay for administrative services of the ARPA funds. There's no motion on the floor. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Salatel. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I pulled this to give an opportunity to the administration to briefly describe. I see that there were 3 different prior appropriations that were made to total this $170,000. So if you could speak to the rationale behind those 3. Thank you.
Through the chair to Member Brawley, if I may respond on behalf of the administration.
You have the floor. Go ahead.
All right, so forgive me, I'm getting an assist from Trista Espy in the mayor's office, who is in charge of administering the current ARPA contract. So my understanding is that the $100,000 was a transit allocation from one of the ARPA tranches. It was supposed to go for the Native Heritage Center to expand shuttle service. Our understanding is that that was given, but Transit Department cannot provide the services mentioned, and therefore cannot expend that $100,000 of ARPA funds. As to the second amount from the fire department, we received word from the fire department that they would not be able to expend their amount of money by the end of the year, and therefore we were asking for that amount also to go towards the administration of the ARPA contract. And then, as I think you know, Mr. Chair, we contacted Ms. Camacho in the Assembly's office asking for some of the monies from the ARPA grant that had gone to the Assembly for the public restroom and sanitation study, I believe. And through Ms. Camacho, we were given the clearance to use some of those funds as well. So I think those are the three buckets, as it were. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And then just to be clear, it looks like this is for multiple, oh, I'm sorry. So is this for more than one contract, and is this an existing contract?
Through the chair to Member Brawley, it is for what we anticipate a contract to be brought before the body on the 19th, so the next meeting. And I'm sorry, your first question, Member Brawley?
Sorry, it was just to, whether it was multiple contracts or one contract.
Through the chair, one single contract that
Thank
we
you.
anticipate.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the administration please expand on why public transit was unable to use the $100,000?
Through the chair, I can. I'm going to track down the email, so bear with me. Okay, and we don't have the transit department head with us right now, so I'm reading the email, but this is from Ms. Acton. There's no possible way transit could run any kind of route for $100,000. She asked us to review her short-range transit plan from 2020 Transit on the Move as a reference. And because of that, they could not provide the service. There's another email here I've got to find, Mr. Chair, but I think it has to do with the fact that another vehicle would have been contemplated to be able to fulfill what the grant required.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, anyone else? So hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 on the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-420 has passed the body. So there's one last item that was pulled, but the administration has asked that it not be moved tonight and that new one be introduced at the next meeting so that some corrections can be made without having to do a substitute version at another time. So with all the sturm and drunk, we have concluded our consent agenda. So next up, we have item 12 on the agenda. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Item 11A, I was ready to jump forward. Ready for the next, we actually have a handful of items first. So 11A is Assembly Memorandum 895-2023, Urban Design Commission, Monica Sullivan, no motion pending. The action was postponed to permit a 10-day public comment period. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Who is the mover? Ms. Zalatil. Mr. Vaughn, seconds. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AM 895-2023 is passed the body. Next we have item 11B, AM 733-2023, Election Commission, Adam Trombley. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AM 733-2023 is passed the body. Next we have item 11C. 11C is AM 896-2023, Board of Ethics Forest Neighbors. Ms. Zalatil.
Move to postpone to the meeting of December 19th.
Second.
So a motion to postpone to December 19 has been made by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms.
Briefly, we've asked for an A version on this. It needs a corrected term. It's not right. And so we asked for it the last meeting, so hopefully we can work together and get it corrected for the 19th. Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is postponed to the meeting of December 19th. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 896-2023 is postponed to December 19th. Next, we have item 11D, AM 917-2023, Board of Adjustment, Michael Rose. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I would urge support for this.
All right. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 917-2023 has passed the body. Ms. Brawley.
I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration.
Second.
So a motion to reconsider has been made by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. The purpose of the motion to reconsider is that this commission has a meeting tomorrow, and we need to ensure that this individual is fully capable to hear the case in his full quasi-judicial capacity, which means it can't be subject to a reconsideration vote at a later date. So we urge a no vote so that this person can conduct their business tomorrow fully. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I was just going to say the same.
Thanks. So members may proceed to vote. The movers urge a no vote. On a vote of 0 to 10 and the youth member votes
No.
no, reconsideration on this item has failed. Congratulations and condolences, Mr. Rose. So next we have item 11E, AM 860-2023, Animal Control Advisory Board, Timothy Eben. There is no motion pending. There is an A version.
Move to approve the A version.
Second.
Ms. Brawley moves, Mr. Vollen seconds the A version. Any discussion on this appointment? Hearing and seeing, are you trying to get in the queue? Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, just real quick, I'm sure it's something perfectly benign, but I don't see the A version, so can someone either just explain what the difference is? Oh, never mind, it's been pointed out. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 860-2023A has passed the body. Now, item 12A, Assembly action on mayoral veto of ordinance number AO 2023-95 as amended, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2024 general government operating budget for the municipality of Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Moved over at the veto.
Second.
A motion to override has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
So I would have a lot to say, but I'm going to spare you. I think a lot of it's come out in the conversation since the vetoes. I really hope we override these. I'm really proud of the work this body did on the budget and found compromise and kept its priorities first and foremost, public safety and housing. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So housing is a priority. We have said it as a body. I have heard the other branch of government say that. I think we can all generally agree on that. So we need to override these vetoes if that is the case. Public safety is a priority. It's a priority in the mayor's proposed budget, now approved budget. It's a priority for the Assembly. It's in our 2023 priorities. Has been a priority for this body for years now. I think we can all agree on that. So we need to override these vetoes. Behavioral health is a priority. We just approved a legislative program that focuses on that for the first time ever. I think we can all agree that behavioral health is a priority, so we need to override these vetoes. You know, at its core, I think that's what this vote is about to me. We need to move forward on these issues that are priorities for us, and that means overriding these vetoes. I could dredge up a lot of other issues, but I won't. We have the votes to override. Let's override and then keep moving the work forward. That said, there was one argument in the veto memo that was made multiple times, which I found pretty startling and frankly somewhat offensive to that idea of separation of powers. And specifically, the memo states that, quote, taxpayers expect my administration to follow the budget process, and this amendment does not. There were several times where that was stated in the budget memo. And I think it just needs to be very clear for the record that the budget process includes an amendment process. And I think we as elected representatives of the people have the power and ability to impact the budget process through individual amendments. So I just found that that argument really fell on its place, and I wanted to point it out specifically. Otherwise, I will just encourage a yes vote on this. Thanks.
Mr. Rivera, I would like to just very briefly add on to that and read the charter briefly. Charter Section 1305, Assembly Action on the Municipal Budget. It states, the Assembly may increase or decrease any item and may add or delete items in the proposed operating or capital budget of the municipality. That is literally the black and white letter of the charter that you can stand upon when you make your comment, because it is there for all to see and has been for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. Just a couple brief comments for context as well. So the budget that we passed on November 21st not only follows our policy priorities, as others have said, but also maintains fiscal responsibility for taxpayers. The Assembly's budget, if all these amendments are restored, still remains to about $2 million below the cap in the operating budget and leaves about $1.8 million in FY24 alcohol tax revenue that has not yet been programmed. So this leaves additional room in our budget to address issues as they arise, as we talked about earlier this evening. I also want to be clear about the implications of this budget for taxpayers. It is easy to frame a small reduction in property taxes as a win, but in the case that the situation that we're in right now, the benefit really is nominal, and the cost of shortchanging public services is real for everybody. For a savings of less than $20 per assessed, for a savings of less than $20 per $100,000 assessed value, we would be cutting the budgets of key departments, putting critical services like the MCT in limbo in terms of funding, and stalling out critical work on housing. Residents have asked us not to keep making cuts, but to make sure government works. And so again, that is the purpose of overriding the vetoes today, and I support it and urge others' support.
Ms. Bronga.
Thank you, Chair. The budget we passed recognizes the needs of the community and keeps it Anchorage a place to live, work, and play safely. I appreciate all the effort we put into putting this budget forward, and I also appreciate all of the people who reached out and urged an override of the vetoes, because they want Anchorage to be moving forward as a place that we can feel safe and that is thriving, and not a place that we're cutting things bare bones and taking away services. I think the recent snowstorm is an example of what can happen if we don't properly fund things.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to briefly talk about, in the veto memo, page 3, the very bottom. I guess one of the vetoes I was most surprised to see was this veto for an increase to the behavioral health bucket of the alcohol tax. That was something that we did in response to our complex behavioral health needs task force, some of their recommendations. And I just thought, the incredible participation that we had from the community in that task force was significant. And, for me, part of my rationale in moving that amendment was I wanted to honor that work. Additionally, I just feel like we continue to get a mixed message from the mayor. In his report tonight, I appreciated that he spoke about how housing actually is more, essentially is less expensive than shelter. But here, he's making a statement that he does not support behavioral health or those upstream investments. It says, as I have said, I support shelter. And And that is just interesting to me because I think we're hearing that, back and forth, time and time again. What do we want to do? Where do we want to invest our money? In a mega shelter or in housing or in addressing some of these critical needs? And I just hear from my constituents all the time, particularly, in the downtown business community. What are we doing to treat the underlying causes of homelessness or to have those timely early interventions? And so just want to say for the record that veto in particular really surprised me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll encourage my colleagues also to override these vetoes, but I wanted to just go to a moment of, similarly to my colleague, Mr. Rivera, a little political literacy moment. The Assembly's responsibility as identified in the charter is for budgeting, but some of these vetoes describe the language of, let's see, on page 4, where it says, I believe this concept requires further planning before taxpayer money is spent. And so I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. The Assembly appropriates, creates the budget, but a budget is not the same as what's being spent and what's being spent, because we also heard, for example, just a few minutes ago, there was an appropriation for another bus route out at the Native Heritage Center, but it was impossible to spend that dollar on a Native Heritage Center because it would cost more than that, so we reappropriated that money. And that's our role, different than expenditure. So I just wanted to make sure the public is clear as well with our role versus expenditure. And I am very happy that there seemed to be some enlightenment happening tonight that housing is moving forward as a priority for the administration versus, as identified by Mr. Volan, shelter. And so housing with supports, the budget that we passed and amended really speaks to the priorities and to Mrs. Bronger's point, gets our city moving in the right direction. So keep Anchorage moving forward, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson.
So just to set the record straight here, MCT and MIT, I support. I need to make that clear, and how that someone interprets that, I don't know. So this is what happened when we approved the alcohol tax. When the voters approved the alcohol tax, certain things were supposed to be spent on in the alcohol tax, and it was MCT, and it was MIT, and other things. It was supposed to be spent that way. That's what they intended. So now is what we do is a few years later, we take it out of the alcohol tax, and then we put it on the taxpayer. This is a bait and switch. That's what this is. I've supported MCT and MIT. I always have. It's the funding source that got struck, not vetoed. Okay, so the question then looking forward to the future, when does this mechanism happen again? Is it healthy spaces that's paid for in the alcohol tax? Are we going to take that chunk and move it in to and make the property taxpayer pay for that? I mean, what's next? This is a precedent-setting procedure. The taxpayers told us what they wanted when they approved the alcohol tax. They wanted to spend on certain things. And I can almost guarantee if you said that when we were considering the alcohol tax, that someday it would come back and you'd have to raise your property taxes to pay for MCT and MIT, which is homeless services, and it's an important function. No, it needs to be a cost causer, cost payer mechanism. A lot of our homeless issues that MCT and MIT deal with has to do with alcohol. So why would not alcohol pay for that function, that government service, which is essential? We want it done, but we never struck, it wasn't a veto, I never struck MCT. I struck the funding source, and that's what's going on here. So we can play politics all night long, and the mayor intended this, and the mayor intended that, and he doesn't like MCT. That's not the issue, because it's not true. I support MCT and MIT. I think it simply should not be paid for by the taxpayer. It should be paid for by the alcohol tax. Thank you.
I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Boy, there's so much to unpack there. Set the record straight, it's such a funny cliche. It's like the mayor thinks he knows, but he demonstrates over and over he doesn't. When he says, it wasn't a veto, I just vetoed the funding source. When you veto the funding source, you vetoed the thing itself, because there's no funding
I
source.
didn't veto, I
You're out
struck.
of order, Mr. Mayor.
If you would like to get back in the queue, you may.
And so,
Mr. Constant.
the reality is, the money for the program is gone. You can't just revert the money to money that doesn't exist. And so, once again, the mayor is demonstrating a lack of understanding of how the budget process works. The next lack of understanding that he's demonstrating is the funding source was SEMT, not taxpayer money. SEMT money is actually earned income by the fire department, who is delivering services and generating revenue. It's not a taxpayer expense. It's actually earned income paid for by Medicaid. It's the best kind of money to have paying for these projects. So the mayor, once again, demonstrating he just doesn't quite get it. So then he says he doesn't want the taxpayer to pay for it, but that doesn't realize the reality that the alcohol taxpayer is a taxpayer too. It's just collected from a different mechanism. That's a tax. Those are taxpayers. It's taxpayer money. It all comes with the same burden. We have to be sensible. But the Assembly, by overriding these vetoes, is restoring the funds to the MCT and the MIT programs that are at this point struck from the budget, line item vetoed. So there's another veto in here that I want to speak to that I think puts us in legal trouble with the federal government. And it is the line item veto, which is a veto, strike line 8, Fire Department. It says, the reason is as follows: the SAFER grant has been used to fund an additional 18 firefighters above the target level. The Fire Department intends to transit these SAFER grant positions into permanent positions scheduled to be vacated through retirements, which means we're not intending to fill them. It means we're intending to let them go away. The purpose of the SAFER funding was to permanently increase by 18 our fire service so that our fire equipment can run with 4-packs, the industry standard, so that we have a safe, deliverable fire service in this community so our firefighters don't die in fires. And so this document, literally, I think, if it were accepted by the body, would, because of the mayor's actions, put us in violation of the federal grant agreement. Now, it's funny, some of the other statements. I think Mr. Rivera said it best. It just goes to the lack of understanding when it reiterates over and over that the Assembly didn't follow the budget process. The charter language is right here, 1305. Anyone who wants can go read it for themselves. Members, I urge you to support this override. Mr. Salt, you haven't spoken, so you have the floor.
There's a lot there. I think I'll just keep it short and sweet. I think like anyone managing their own personal budget, we have to make cuts. People can't continue to pay. It's tough decisions. There's a lot of good things here. But like my own personal finances, I can't do everything. I have to make those cuts. And there's a percentage of the population out there that feels this way, and they need to have their voice expressed. Although I expect this to be overridden, I hope to express that voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I want to briefly provide some clarifying information about the alcohol tax. First of all, I'm new to this body, but I have followed the alcohol tax since before it was on the ballot in 2019. It was approved in 2019, voted by voters in 2020, went into effect in 2021. The charter amendment that the alcohol tax is enacted through states that it can be used for I'm forgetting the specific wording, but the buckets are public safety, first responders, and criminal justice personnel, reducing and preventing child abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence, as well as reducing homelessness and addressing behavioral health crises. Those are two separate topics. They are listed on the same bucket in that language, we have split them out to recognize that they are two distinct topics. And so it is not accurate to say that the mobile crisis team and mobile intervention team were always intended to be funded through that tax. It is true that they were created concurrently. Both the tax was approved by voters, and then also in development was the mobile crisis team, as well as, I believe, the mobile intervention team already existing within the police department. And so those things coincided. There was nothing in the ballot proposition that stated it always needed to be funded that way. And in fact, one of the great things about the alcohol tax is that it is flexible, that it can change over time, that it is locally directed money that we can put toward different priorities over time. And so this is a great example of an evolution of how we use that funding. We have found a place, again, using SEMT funding to operationalize this in the budget, which allows us to consider other priorities over time, again, sticking with what the voters intended, but meeting those other needs. And then I also want to state the mobile crisis team is not a homelessness response. It is also for people experiencing suicidal thoughts and ideation. It is for people experiencing harm and who may be a danger to themselves and others, many of whom are housed, who are served every day by that service. So it is really important to understand that we certainly have services that are directed toward people experiencing homelessness. This is an area-wide service. It is for everyone, and it is recognizing that everybody can experience a behavioral health crisis. So I just want to be clear about those things. I also want to briefly be clear, this is not the last cut at the FY24 budget, and perhaps cut was not the best word to use there. It's not the last word on the budget. We also have the first quarter budget revisions process, which will begin in the spring, and is to, among other things, set our mill rates for the year, to take a look at our budget after we've gotten partway through 2024, and to make other adjustments as needed. So this is a key step in our process this year, but this is not the end of the FY24 budget discussion. And in addition to that, of course, we can bring appropriations at any time. And so this is really a key step in this process. It is not the final step, but it is something we need to resolve tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Salas-Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mobile crisis team is really important to me. When we first got the CARES Act funding, I brought this idea forward, and Jody Hetrick at the time at the fire department said she was game to try. And had she not been game to have that conversation and work with a consultant that the Assembly found and funded, we wouldn't have a mobile crisis team. We were looking at funding it with one-time money originally. And became really apparent as we were developing it that it was an idea the public could get behind very quickly, that police coalesced behind. It was in line with our work around Crisis Now. And it ended up in, I believe, the first budget of the alcohol tax. And then the question became, well, was it one-time funded? Was it recurring funding? And so it never went to 24/7. And it's been multiple years. And the uncertainty around funding has really delayed that, even though we've overridden vetoes, added additional monies. We have never, ever spent all the dollars we put toward the mobile crisis team. The mobile intervention team last year came alongside, and we adopted the Fairbanks model. We said, let's do a spectrum of responses, both 24/7, so we can compare data. And neither got running 24/7 for a lot of reasons. But I remember a few things really resonate with me. Hearing the types of calls the mobile crisis team has responded to. They have helped children in behavioral health distress remain in their home. They have let fire crews free up an ambulance to go to a cardiac arrest call and save someone's life. They have allowed police during times of historic vacancies to do police work, crime-based work. I will tell you, the $20 per $100,000 right now that this budget were to set taxes at, I would pay so much more than that, that if I had a behavioral health crisis in my home, I wouldn't have an APD response. That if my child was having a behavioral health crisis, that a clinician and an EMT, to make sure nothing medically was wrong, came to my door, it's priceless, practically. And to say that it's just the funding source, the way the budget works is with money. Money is where our priorities are. And the problem with this veto was if the budget would have gone into effect the day after the veto, the mobile crisis team is poof, gone. And one of the reasons for moving it into the fire department's emergency services budget is to say, it's here to stay, folks. It's not subject to a veto pin. It is literally part of the area-wide emergency services, like ambulances, that we come to count on. And we've heard from the fire department that this is a valuable service. So asking them to pay for it with the revenues that they earn, knowing that when this is 24/7, Medicaid reimbursement can add to those revenues that they earn, is fiscally responsible. And so it's not semantics, it's really about good governance. And good governance is taking essential public safety services that maybe you pilot in one fashion, and when you say they're working, you integrate them and you systematize them into your budget, and you ensure that they're going to be fully funded. You know what, folks? You know what never happens? Budget cuts to the police and fire budgets. It protects these essential public safety services by integrating them into the department budgets. This state for too long has made promises about behavioral health and then whittled it away or never fully funded it. This body has made a commitment to fully fund it and be committed to it. So while I appreciate it may be, in the mayor's opinion, quibbling over the fund source, it's so much more. It's about where our priorities lie and how we look out for our fellow residents in their most vulnerable moments when they need a friendly face to show up. The right response at the right time, it saves lives, and ultimately, it saves taxpayers money. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick remark and then hope we vote. So I just wanted to make a little bit more of a pointed remark, echoing some of the things that Ms. Brawley said. As I think the only remaining author of the alcohol tax that was approved by the voters in 2020, I think I can speak to this with some authority. So the alcohol tax, when it was sent to the voters, never talked about the mobile crisis team or the mobile intervention team. The voters never went to the ballot box and voted for the alcohol tax with the MCT or the MIT in mind. Same thing with healthy spaces. Those ideas, some of them, were developed after the voters approved the tax. Some of them were developed prior. So the idea that these are sacred lambs that the voters approved if they voted on the alcohol tax is just not correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have one last comment. So there was one particular veto here that last year the Assembly removed by amendment a position from the mayor's office that the budget told us was unfilled. And the mayor was apoplectic about it, stating, "This is unprecedented. The Assembly has reached into my budget." And in fact, the Assembly, when the veto override process happened last year, did not override that veto, which continued to maintain Mr. Whitney in his position, because it was that position that he had already filled, even though the budget said that it was open. So here, there is a veto of a half of a year position for an additional attorney to ensure that the Assembly can draft its legislation and conduct its business in an orderly manner. So what the mayor has done here by veto has reached into the Assembly branch budget in the same unprecedented way that the Assembly was accused of acting last year. So it can't be said that it was done unknowingly, because we went through this process last year. And so I have drafted and have not submitted an appropriating document that would remove the same exact amount from the mayor's budget. That would tell the mayor, you get to pick. It's an executive choice what to pick. But because you have reached into our budget, I will now reach into yours. Now, I'm not going to do that. I'm not petty, but I had it drafted because I wanted to have that in my hands and know and be able to communicate to you that you could have a choice of what position you choose to cut. We could do that. We're not going to do that. But it is drafted. So, that said, once this override is done, that hasn't happened since the Fink administration, that such a veto has happened in that manner. I hope we get back to the order of good business. Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. As you know, Mia Costello communicated to you on this. It wasn't that we didn't want you to have the new lawyer position that you're creating. It's that it was a funding mechanism that our OMB director said creates a huge amount of problem, and we agreed with you that we would get you those positions, and you knew that, but you still politicized this. And I can have Mia come up and talk to that if we need, or I can have the OMB director explain why this is problematic. I was happy to give you the positions because I don't dig into your business. You don't dig into ours. You portrayed it correctly last year on Mr. Whitney's position, and we worked together on that. And we offered to work together with you on that. And now on the dais, you blow this up. So we can. We can make this political. If you want the position, we'll find a budgetary proper way of doing that for you. Happy to do it. Thank you.
I'm not in possession of that communication. With that, the motion before us is a motion to override. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8-2, the motion to override. Oh, and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes. The vetoes have been overridden. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to make a motion to reorder the day, take up 13. Oh, sorry.
That's what was happening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration of our last vote on the vetoes.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Volland, and I assume you urge a no vote.
Yes, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 2-8 and the youth member votes
No.
no, immediate reconsideration has failed. The vetoes have been overridden. Ms. Salatil.
Sorry about that. So I'm going to make a motion to reorder the day to take up 13 Charlie, 13 Delta, 14A through Charlie, 14M, 15A, and 15B.
Second.
So just to make sure I got that correct, moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Volland, it's 13 C and D, 14 A, B, C, M, and then 15 A and B.
Yes, and just briefly to speak to it,
Please.
I don't know that I'm going to make it all night. I'm sorry. And so these are a few items that I've either sponsored or they're must pass. And so I would like to be here to be participating in them, like the idea that they need to be taken care of tonight. Thank you. Because you don't want me to participate over the phone because I don't think it would come through.
So it'll be just a minute before the clerk gets the motion up on the board. Okay, so the motion is up on the board. The motion is to change the order of the day. Anyone else wish to discuss the item? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-1 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes, the order has been changed. So next up, we have item 13C. Ms. Bronk, you voted no. Was there a particular item you wanted to keep in that queue, or was it just generally? Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure if you had an item that needed to be in there, that you got it taken care of. There we go. Thank you. So next up, we have item 13C. This is a public hearing, item 13C, AO 2023-114, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska. The question of issuance of not to exceed $12,500,000 of general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay for the cost of an area-wide public restroom project. I'm going to skip down to the S version. And so we have also an S1. S1 is an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters. I'll ask the question of the issuance of not to exceed $9 million general obligation bonds to the municipality. And then I'm going to read finally the next one, AO 2023-114 S1, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $9 million of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of the area-wide public restroom project, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs of the election to be held in the municipality on April 2nd, 2024, and approving and adding the project to the area-wide 2024 CIB to include the public restroom project. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. And the mic is not on, so that green button. Perfect. Thanks. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Emily Weiser, and I live in Airport Heights. I didn't expect to be this excited about bathrooms ever, but I'm really excited about this. When I'm out going around on my bike, I'm often looking for birds, so I'm out for quite a long time. And it's really, really hard to find bathrooms in most parts of town, especially something that I can access easily without having to go into a business, leaving my bike outside, all that stuff. I've mentioned this to a couple of you, but I would also love to see water dispensers, like little water bottle fillers, as part of this, because that's the other real limiting factor for me. I can't always be outside all day because I don't have water, and I don't have a place to refill water. So yeah, just here to speak in support, and hope you'll consider that additional point on that, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. 14 years, trans female. I am from all over Anchorage, currently residing in the Alex. I stand up here not saying that we don't need public restrooms. I do stand up here saying that we are going to move forward in this, and we want to make an investment in restrooms available for everybody, which I do, again, say we need. I asked administration, I also asked APD, when are we going to start arresting people for using fentanyl in public places such as bathrooms? Because then we would have them in the gas stations like we've always had. When are we going to start making the differences between drug use and homeless? Drug use does lead people to homeless, but that is not the same as the homeless people that are there because of disability, same there as because of loss of job. Fentanyl is killing people rapidly. And if we cannot start with the fundamentals of correcting the action, because unfortunately, whenever you have a loved one that is involved with such drugs as fentanyl, methamphetamines, and so forth, we cannot force them through therapy. We cannot force them through treatment. However, the courts and the systems can. They can turn around and say, this is part of your conditions of release, and it is not necessarily always municipal funding that helps them get the help they need. When we talk about funds, and we talk about budget, and we talk about where money comes from, when we start looking at the criminal aspect, we have municipal level, we have state level, we have federal level. All these things are in place. Many of these things have been in place for a long time, so that way we can correct certain things and be able to afford to have the government where we need it, the civilians where they are, and the administration do what it needs. The bottom line is I'm not saying jail is the answer for everything. I'm just saying that we have to work with what's there, and we have to take the fundamental steps of following through when somebody breaks the law, the repercussions of it. Jail is still better than death. I will stand on that till my dying day. Thank you.
All right, we have the wrong item up on the board briefly. Thank you, Mr. Cross, for clarifying. It should be 13C. There we go. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S1 version.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mrs. Alatel. Any discussion? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. I'll give a brief introduction to this because I believe this is the first time we've had a chance to discuss it. So this is a ballot proposition for the April 2024 election if it is approved. If we vote tonight to approve this for the ballot, the question would be before voters to decide whether the muni should invest in standalone public restrooms as is provided. And I want to emphasize that because unlike most of our ordinances where we are the final decision makers on the policy question, this is something that we're bringing and hoping to bring to voters. So there was an S version on the agenda with a reduced total bond amount. So it would be instead of the $12 million or $12.5 million, $9 million, contemplating up to 18 units that could be purchased, and then also providing more detail around the operations and maintenance costs. So the S1 version has the same amounts listed, but it has additional details for those operation and maintenance costs, as well as some justification for the assumptions that we've used. So just to briefly describe that, the sponsors asked some of the other cities who have these style of standalone restrooms what their typical maintenance costs are, most of which has to do with regular cleanings. And of course, things like minor repairs. So a prior estimate in 2021 done in Anchorage assumed 4 cleanings per unit per day, which really was outside of the range of what other communities said, which is normally 1 to 3 cleanings per day, and the ones that get multiple cleanings per day are really in heavy use areas, and so they see a lot more butts on the seat, so to speak. So our memo has more information, but I just want to be very clear. The total estimate per unit per year would be about $30,000, including about 10% contingency for each of those units, or $540,000 per year, again, for 18 units. And that has all been built into the financing for this bond. And so I know a lot of folks have seen this, why would we be spending so much on these restrooms? And the answer is really because we're not just talking about purchasing, we're talking about making sure that we maintain these spaces, these facilities for the public for the life of the bond, which could be as much as 20 years. So again, just want to be really clear because we haven't had a chance to discuss this before, and also want to be clear what's in the S1 version, because I know we've had a couple versions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I love the idea of having clean, safe, nice bathrooms. I'm concerned that we can't afford even the few that we have. The Mirror Lake one's been down for years. It was almost immediately vandalized and harmed, and we haven't been able to fix it. Hundreds of thousands of dollars that needs improvement. The Mulcahy Stadium ones that we had to ARPA bond for that as well. I mean, I love the idea, but I think that regretfully we have proven when it comes to bathrooms, we can't have nice things. And I think it's going to be up to the voter. It's one thing to build them. It's another thing to constantly pay to repair them because they are not inexpensive to fix. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brongo.
So I have to echo what Mr. Cross says. Russian Jacks has 2 that are standing. Mulcahy had one, Delaney Park Strip, Valley of the Moon, the ball fields at MLK, and there's the new one at Ship Creek. Ship Creek one is open limited time in the summer. The other ones have fallen by the wayside years and years ago due to inability to keep them from being vandalized and for maintaining them. The other thing that really concerns me, and I should start with this I really don't want to dissuade anyone from voting for bathrooms because we absolutely need them. I have been out there looking, and it's really hard. It's hard for people traveling, walking around downtown to find a place, but I think these are very expensive, and we've kind of proven that we can't care for things. The other thing that I did a little bit of work trying to find, and yes, I Googled, to find where these are that are cold climates like ours. And I noticed on this list, most of the places are fairly warm. Kodiak is much warmer. Southeast is much warmer. The other thing that I saw is that Portland actually had a problem with freeze. They're a much warmer climate than ours. So the only place I could find with a pretty exhaustive search was Smithers, BC, and it has a similar climate to ours. They put them there in 2017. I would sure like to know how they're performing. I couldn't find out anything about that. I kind of wonder if we invest this much money, which when you look at the maintenance and whatnot, it's more expensive than any house I've ever bought for each of these. It's a lot, And then there's lots of places that still need a restroom. Every trailhead, every park needs one. And so I feel like we need to find some cheaper option to spread this around the city rather than have a few very fancy ones. The cold climate thing again is there's louvers so you can see feet and you can see above so that, it's a little more secure. How is that going to keep from freezing? And I know some have been adapted with thaw wires, but I'd like to know more about how they perform in cold. Thank you.
So we're having, again, third meeting in a row, tech problems. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Thank you for raising those questions, Ms. Bronca. And I could answer some of them now, but I think the best thing to do is to have a work session because we dove into a lot of those and we're using a model that was originally recommended by Parks and Rec, who are the experts in thinking through these things. So with that, I would move to postpone to the meeting of January 9th.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. The motion is to postpone to the meeting of January the 9th. Is there any objection to the motion? Only because we're fried right now. Seeing, hearing no objection, this item has been postponed to the meeting of January 9th. So next up, can we proceed, Madam Clerk, manually? So any votes we take until the system is fixed are going to be voice votes. Item 13D, do we know if the broadcast is still working? Okay, thank you. AO 2023-107, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 2530.020 to include agreements transferring operational control over municipal property in the category of disposals of an interest in municipal land requiring approval by ordinance. This item was continued from 11/21. There's no motion pending.
No, it's public hearing.
I'm sorry, the public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Could we turn to the mayor for an amendment, please, before we get into it?
Yep, Mayor Bronson, you have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, move Bronson Amendment number 1, thanks.
Second.
Amendment number 1 is moved by Mr. Bronson, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I was prepared to move this one, but it's better, comes from the administration. So does someone want to speak to how it works, what it does, or just had to leave? And so normally it would be with her because she drafted it. Is there someone in law that's prepared? Please state your name for the record since we don't have a name tag for you up there.
I'm Assistant Municipal Attorney Kate Buer,
Thank
sitting
you.
in for Ms. Helzer.
Thank you. Welcome. Performance law.
The proposed changes to the language of AMC 2530.020 will restore the meaning and interpretation of the section and bring the language of the code into alignment with the language of the charter.
Can you be a little bit more specific? So that's what it does, but what was wrong?
So the language in Charter 17.13E defines interest in lands, and the language in the code defines the interest in municipal lands, which is a subset of interest of lands as defined in the charter. The original edition of the language to the code omitted a comma that was included in the language in the charter and has the potential to affect the interpretation of the code should questions arise. So this will restore that specific language. And then the other thing was that there was an amendment to the charter that appeared to strive to clarify the language in one particular sentence, and when that sentence was placed into an enumerated list, some of the grammatical structure was lost.
All right, thank you. I think probably members are like, what in the world does that mean practically? And so, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I've had the benefit of discussing this at length with Ms. Helzer. So what it really does is it makes sure that enumerated lists are all considered separate items. Each one is a standalone and an or. It's a big deal to have a semicolon and an or when you're doing legal interpretation. Similarly, adding that word revocable to licenses. A lot of times we think revocable is implied in licenses, but in order to bring it in alignment with the charter, we added the word revocable back in. So it is really lawyers doing what they do, which is ensuring that our code and our charter don't conflict with each other or aren't subject to contrary interpretations. I really appreciate the work done by the Municipal Attorney's Office to find this alignment. Thank you.
And I would just add that it was a very interesting discussion with our attorneys on why the word revocable is there, what does it mean? And it took a very arcane view back into the definition of what a contract is, or a license is, to even find a reference to a revocable license. And I think it was kind of an aha moment. So 10 points to the law department. So anyone else wish to discuss this item? So if you were in the queue, that you were lost from the queue, so we're back and operating again. So if there's no one else on the amendment, then members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes. We have amended the document. Now we have the main motion before us. Ms. Altel? Sorry, you can't, okay. I guess I will speak briefly to this. Thank you. Just this is in clarifying many of the conversations we've had over the last many months about when is it required for a proposal to dispose of a land interest of the municipality to bring it before the assembly, and this makes it much more clear. It was worked on well between the law department on the 7th floor and our attorneys, and I believe it will help to ensure we don't find ourselves having many more frustrated conversations about why didn't this come before us when clearly this is a land disposal. And so this just makes it much more clear. So, thank you. If anyone else, no, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes, AO 2023-107 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 14A. Item 14A is AO 2023-124, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending and updating Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 28, Elections. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Irene Queed now, Sand Lake. So this is an ordinance that will further your iron grip on the elections. The clerk is in charge of the elections in the election center. Because you changed the code, she is also in charge of approving who can observe the elections. Now you're putting this ordinance in place, making yourself the judge of what is not a lawful or a frivolous complaint, which means you have control over absolutely every aspect of the election. There's no balance anywhere. I sent you an email. This all originated because of a complaint, because a USB drive was inserted during the election, ongoing election, into the secure server. Here are the facts. At that time, Barbara Jones was in charge of the elections and the election center. There's no question about that. Like I said, fact number 2, there's a USB drive that was a person that identified themselves as an employee of Dominion came into the election center, inserted a USB drive into the secure server that's in a cage because it's supposed to be secure, and was not hindered in doing that, nobody should have allowed him or her to do that. If at the minimum, the clerk should have called IT to verify that that USB stick has no malware, that it has no viruses, that it is empty, and that it's not a Wi-Fi adapter that would allow remote access to the secure server during an ongoing election. Fact 3 is that she did none of that. She failed in her duties. Fact 4 that I did not write in the email is that this assembly failed in their duties because the clerk is under your supervision. The complaint was filed. You decided it was not of concern. So in my opinion, you failed in your duty to secure the elections. This has nothing to do with what was done with that USB stick. The fact is that a USB stick should not be inserted in a secure server during an ongoing election. And now you want to make it criminal to file a complaint? The whole idea of an observer is to file a complaint when they see something that is wrong. With this ordinance, if this goes through, nobody will volunteer to observe because they will all be afraid that they will be criminally charged for any complaint they might file.
All right, anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Volland, and I'll go ahead and speak to it briefly.
Mr. Coates.
Thank you. It's a very interesting public testimony. There's nothing in this particular ordinance that does any of that. This ordinance is just a simple, straightforward update to our annual elections code. I think the biggest change that it makes, it corrects an error that was kind of shifted a couple of years ago, in which it sets the date for filing a contest for an election after the election has been certified. And there are no jurisdictions in the state that do that. And the reality is a contest must be filed before the certification, because the purpose of the contest is to communicate to the assembly that either the candidate or 10 members of the public believe that there is some action that is needing to be reviewed because it may overturn the outcome of an election. And so this just shifts back to the day of the actual certification. The contest has to be filed with the clerk by noon on that day. I think that's the biggest change within the document. It does state that your contest grounds have to be stated with particularity and specifically with what relief you're seeking. And otherwise, they're just straightforward and simple changes. There's nothing that rises to the level of what we heard in testimony. So the next one that we'll come to, we'll have a little bit more discussion about some issues. But this one is straightforward, Title 28 annual revision. I urge your support. Anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-124 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14B, AO 2023-125, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 8.30, offenses against public order, to expand the scope of criminal activity punishable as an election violation, and to insert a new section 8.30.190, codifying the offense of tampering with a public record in the third degree. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the yes.
Second.
So Ms. Zalatel moves, Ms. Brawley seconds the S version. So I'll go ahead and speak to this one as well.
Mr. Coates.
Thank you. The election report and findings provided two areas of concern for the Assembly to consider. And the S version actually takes one of the two items off the table completely. So If you go to the item, and I'm going to grab the S version right here. Thank you. The first section that has been eliminated from the concern is the recommendation that public employee violations, if public employees use municipal resources for partisan or political activity, they could be subject to criminal violation. What it was impressed upon me by a number of members of the community who communicated is that it's very difficult to determine when you're a municipal employee what would be considered political activity, and there are lines that are kind of gray, and it could make it very difficult to be working in the municipality, which an example was made. A member of the mayor's staff goes to an event at lunch. They want to take an hour of leave so they can go to a fundraiser that's political, and they're told, no, executives don't take leave like that. That's not how it works. And so that could subject a member of the mayor's staff to prosecution because they were attending an event. It's too gray, and it's too much of an insertion into an area of the law that it's just too much. So we drafted an S version that strikes that whole section out of the ordinance because it just becomes too easy to weaponize the code. So the second section, and this is what it is related to the testimony we heard before. It is related to the investigation, and what it states effectively is that it mirrors exactly the state law section on tampering with public records. And so it just imports into our code that state law section, and it would provide a municipal prosecutor through the municipal attorney's office the right to prosecute or investigate on their own instead of the municipality relying on a state entity as a third party to do that work. And so I think when we drafted these as part of the findings that came out of the report that were recommended to us by third parties that we worked with, both of these items were, to me, worthy of putting in front of the body for discussion, but also not something that I am 100% in the category of yes on. I want to hear from my peers on this question. Is this something we should do? And so before us now is the S version that has this section in it. Mayor Bronson.
May, on behalf of the mayor.
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that I read the chair's comments to the Anchorage Daily News about unintended consequences, and I want to reiterate that with the second component regarding the tampering with the public record and the third degree, I can think of an example since I've worked in the administration where I think you're talking about here disseminating a public record without proper authority. Both the legislative and the executive branch are aware of times when we are requested to give public records out. Again, if we are thinking about disseminating a public record, whether it's something that's termed a leak, again, this is both legislative or executive, if this is now something that is going to be disseminating a public record without that authority now rises to the level of misdemeanor. This is what I think, Mr. Chair, in your comments to the Daily News, these are things that heretofore have not been criminal offenses. And as I think the lawyers here could tell you, you have to have the mens rea, that is, you have to have the intent to commit the criminal offense. I will just say that I think if the body were interested in thinking this one over a little bit longer, it may bode well for the entirety of the municipality, just from what I've seen in my work in the administration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. And I'm glad that Mr. Byrd spoke to the phrase knowingly or with intent. I just was hoping we could get a brief description of that from our legal team, just clarifying what that means. And I think I understand it, but again, knowingly is different than again, not knowingly. But could you please explain that? How one would interpret the word knowingly or with intent? In this case, it's intent to impair, mislead, or unduly influence a public official or decision-making body in the performance of their duty.
Thank you, Member Brawley, through the Chair, Matthew Hurt, Legislative Counsel. So this is the same mens rea element, same criminal intent that is used in a provision of the criminals code of the Anchorage Municipal Code, unsworn falsification. It's that same intent to mislead a public official or decision-making body. And so it's not something that could be done negligently, basically through somebody who fails to exercise the due care that a reasonable and prudent person would do. They would have to be doing it with the intent of misleading, as I said, a public official or a decision-making body when they destroyed, mutilated, disseminated, what are all the actions, the criminal actions are listed below in those numerical subsections. So, and that mens rea element was very intentionally crafted to mirror the language of unsworn falsification and other provisions already in our penal code to make it clear that we wouldn't capture people otherwise acting in good faith who may be otherwise just disclosing things negligently. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. And I wonder if you could also comment on the hypothetical of a quote-unquote leak, because I understand the concern about that, and certainly public records are public records, but it seems like this is a narrow description.
A leak, generally, I think a leak is commonly understood to be to the public writ large or to a source in the media or something like that. I think a leak in that sense would be pretty attenuated to show that it was somehow intended to misdirect or mislead someone who actually is wielding government authority. I think the way this provision is crafted, the language requires that there be a much more, the elements would require certainly more evidence showing that the intent was more direct, a more causal link.
Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I think it's really important to read this as a whole, right? So you have to have the intent to impair, mislead, or unduly influence. And then who? A public official or a decision-making body. And doing what? In performance of their duty. It requires all three parts. And it's always important to keep all those things together. And then it speaks to ways that can occur, like how it could occur by destroying, mutilating, or creating or disseminating or falsifying or omitting or preventing the making of an accurate public record. What this does is all of those elements make it so specific that it narrows the instances in which this applies. This isn't someone not exercising what we would think of as prudent care when forwarding an email, or, I think the idea of a leak going out to the public is not a public official or a decision-making body. The press is not a public official or a decision-making body. This, in a lot of ways, even stands alone from if you were to go and disclose something out of executive session. That would be its own set of consequences, not necessarily these, because, again, it's to a public official or decision-making body. And I think that narrowing is important because it doesn't mean anyone. It is narrow. I actually think this gets to exactly the thing we saw happen that caused a lot of problems. And there's no consequence for that. And that's disturbing to me because the presumed intention we never heard from the individual was to influence the outcome of an election. And it's a hole in our code. We have so many ways to protect the public from interfering in our business, but what about when someone from the inside interferes into another portion of government? Thank you.
And as I said, I've got myself in the queue. This is like the dilemma. But I think I appreciate where you just went, Ms. Zalatel, that take it back to where this conversation came from. And it came from a process by which we discovered through a commission hearing, our elections commission, that a policy statement for a department was being presented as a municipal-wide policy, and that statement was used to attempt to get the Elections Commission to communicate to the Assembly that the outcome of the election was in question and it shouldn't be certified. Now, the facts were never quite provable in any direction, where it started, who did what, but the Ombudsman made a report, did a lot of fact-finding, and there was no testimony in the alternative firsthand by the individuals on whom the allegations were levied to contradict that information. So what that left the finding of the Assembly was that, with no other evidence to the contrary, that it was in fact intended to create a record that would create the perception that the election wasn't conducted in a manner according to the code, policies and practices. And so that's the framework, if you will. That is the pool we're swimming in when we contemplate adding this section to the code, is, do we want in our code the authority to investigate by our prosecutor's office without relying on a third-party entity, the State Attorney General's office or Office of Special Prosecutions, if a member of the municipality puts a document up on a website hours before a complaint is submitted, the complaint being used to portray a false narrative that a certain set of circumstances occurred. Boy, that argues for the passage of this. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not an attorney, and I did not work on this. I'm not one of the co-sponsors, but I do see how in that bullet point number 2, creating or disseminating a public record without proper authority, maybe that language is confusing, and there's some overlap between 2 and 3, falsifies an existing or creates a fraudulent public record. I recall back to the work session that there was some discussion on a policy versus a procedure, and I wonder if in that bullet point number 2, and you feel free to shoot me down on this, but if it could say creates or disseminates a policy or procedure without proper authority. Well, I think to Mr. Bird's point, what is a public record, right? If we're talking about a leak, if we're talking about a municipal employee sharing an email with the press, or I know it's not this, but that's what this sounds like. I can understand.
Jump in there and say it would be somebody creating an email that looked like I wrote it and sending it off to the Planning and Zoning Commission and fronting it as it was mine. That might be a case where a record was shared.
Well, that's number 3, right? Falsifies, makes a fraudulent public record.
And then shares it.
Right. Yeah. But number 2 here, I think what we're getting to is we had an IT director create a policy or a procedure without the proper authority, and then allegedly disseminate that to members of the public. And so is it a public record? Is that what should be a misdemeanor if they're disseminating a public record, or is it if they're creating a policy or procedure without the proper authority?
Yeah, that's a good question for the attorneys.
I would argue that the limiting language of something being made with the intent to mislead a public official or decision-making body in performance of their duties is already fairly sufficiently limiting. Obviously, if you limit it to a policy or procedure, it would make it even more limited within that particular subsection. However, I think it's not inconceivable to imagine somebody creating a fraudulent public record that doesn't fall into the precise definition of a policy or procedure, and achieving a similar result or attempting to use it in a similar way that we're trying to correct. If that, I remember there was some debate over whether it was a policy or a practice of IT, and if somebody, makes a standard operating practice, right, now it's no longer a policy or procedure, but it's a public record. It could be used in the same way with the same intent to mislead. So, I caution against legislating too narrowly, I guess.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I don't think I have enough grounds after hearing that answer to move an amendment.
Thank you. In the queue, Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting just going back to what caused all this, because the one thing that concerns me is that we're spending more time going after the way the message was conveyed rather than looking at the merits of the message. And that is, was there a genuine issue regarding the USB drive and who's handling it and it's going into the machines? What we're saying here is we're assuming that an individual tried to undermine an election or subvert, as it says in one of the whereas statements, an attempt to subvert, which is to, what's the definition of subvert? Overturn or overthrow from the foundation, or to pervert or to corrupt, because they brought to issue an issue with the handling of these USB drives. I guess I'm a little concerned that we're more focused on making sure messages like this aren't conveyed, or what is the process that we do it, rather than was the concern a legitimate one, and should we be spending as much time, breath, and energy in looking at the way we're handling these USB drives to make sure that the public is confident in the way that we're handling their elections with all the question marks around electronic voting. And so, because there's a very large part of our population who still says, show up in person, making a ballot, show my ID, and do that. There's a strong, and until we can give them assurances that we're making every effort we can to secure those electronic votes, that's being done correctly, if we're just looking at the message and not at the process, I guess I'm a little concerned with that. Thank you.
Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of those rare circumstances where I think I kind of support Assembly leadership. I'm going to stay away from the whole thumb drive thing, because that's a triggering event. When you write laws for specific events, maybe we're not thinking broader, and Dr. Boland brought up something. It's the unintended consequence here. What if someone fabricates a document that put what you said, Chris, was a fake document, sent as P&Z, and it disturbs the process? I'd like to, because all the lawyers making good arguments here, how we're going to win, how the person's going to lose the case. I think the issue is, I want to go back upstream, because this is what I'm thinking of, is the employee, say a secretary or just anybody, and they make a mistake and they send a wrong document. The penalty, you're drafting it so that they will have due process. That's a good thing. But the process is the penalty often. This is the thing. We got a secretary. Let's say you got a secretary and we find a document, or a staffer, say, and we find a document that's been passed along, it shouldn't have been passed along, and we get political, because that's our world, and we say, well, I'm going to prosecute your staffer because they did this. Well, we don't want to go there. I don't. But this does have to be cleaned up somehow. My concern is that employee that's making 60 grand a year, can they afford a lawyer? Because the process is the penalty. Maybe we amend this and say, well, if you're charged, the municipality provides legal defense, because they do for us, right? On some things, is for acting in our official capacity, you make a defense, you make a mistake, I don't know the answer. I really don't. But I'm worried about a year or two or three, and let me add a wrinkle to the docs thing. With AI, you can create fake documents this day, I suspect, extremely well, and the legal process to prove that that was a fake document is going to be very onerous and very problematic for a municipal employee who has to pay for their own lawyer. I don't have an answer. I'm asking a lot of questions. So that's all I got.
I will offer, it's one of the most sage things I've heard you say, the process is the penalty, and I think every member who's elected to office can understand that intimately. So I have Mr. Salt, who has not yet spoken. Or Ms. Brawley, have you spoken on this item yet? You have? Okay, Mr. Salt.
Thanks, appreciate it. I was actually going to talk about the same one that Mr. Volan was going after, was creates or disseminates a public record without proper authority. So, but the fact that it is a public record, you should be able to disseminate it freely, I would think. However, when you go to the top under A, it says I'm disseminating that with the intent to impair, mislead. So it kind of qualifies, I guess, those statements. So like number 4, omits or otherwise prevents, I would put willfully, but again, I think section A takes care of that. So I think I'm okay with those bullet points. I was going to try to strike number 2, but I think with that clarifier on A, I think it works out okay. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Salt. Ms. Zelatil.
So I may have had a light bulb moment there, Mr. Salt. So Mr. Hurt, will number 3 capture if someone holds out a document as a public record when it's not? Is that included in falsifying an existing or creating a fraudulent public record? Because what we were talking about here was something that wasn't really official, right? It wasn't an official policy. It wasn't maybe an official public document. So will falsifying an existing or creates a fraudulent public record capture that situation where someone's holding out something as official and as a public record?
I would argue that it would under the term fraudulent.
All right, I think you just helped solve a lot of our issues. So I'm going to make an amendment, but I do want to address one of the mayor's questions and concerns, and I appreciate that, because laws are often written and we don't consider unintended consequences. And I think that's why going back to that top paragraph about the intent, we have to prove intent, and you have to have probable cause in order to charge this. And I have faith in our municipal prosecutor's office that they will exercise appropriate prosecutorial discretion before filing such charges, because that's where the discretion lies. And they're professionals, and they understand the intent element. With that, I would move to strike lines 36 and 37 and renumber in a conforming manner.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Zelatil, seconded by Mr. Volland. So do you wish to speak any more to that? No. I'll just say that I completely concur, and I appreciate the looking closely at that line. I think it's almost an oxymoron to withhold a public record, right? And so that one is a little bit difficult to discern. The public records should be released. They're public. Anyone wish to discuss that amendment? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote. So on a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, the item is amended. Right, so really the question is, and again, I walked into this as in an unusual position. Usually when I introduce an ordinance, I come in, fire, all guns blazing, ready to go, let's pass this thing. But I want to be careful. We always talk about exercising due care with any criminal code update. And so the question is, do we want to move forward with a vote tonight or hold it over for another meeting, postpone it to the meeting of the 19th? So people can chew on it, maybe hear some more from the public and get some more input from the attorneys should we need some. And knowing that, well, hold on. So I just, that's really the rub. Do we move today or do we move to postpone to the 19th and have more conversation? We won't be having a work session on this. There is no time. But members could ask questions, the municipal attorney members could ask questions of our council if they have questions, or we just proceed to vote.
I'll jump in there, Mr. Chair. Motion to postpone. Again, I support this, but I'm not sure what this is. And I think,
all right.
I think put a lot of lawyers in a room and talk about it and maybe get the politicians out of it and come to an answer or at least a series of decisions. Again, my focus is the employee who makes an honest mistake, the burden of proof is on them essentially because they're being charged with something now.
So, okay, we have a
You know,
motion.
and there's discretion here at the prosecutor, right?
We need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, so there's a motion by the mayor, seconded by Mr. Johnson. And it's for the meeting of the 19th, which is probably another meeting opportunity. So I hear you. Anyone object to that? No, let's just go ahead and vote. So we got a lot more business, but thank you. We have a motion, a second. Now, vote. Question is, shall we postpone this item to the meeting of the 19th?
Mr. Solt?
So on a vote of 7-3 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that item has been postponed to the meeting of, the AO 2023-125 as amended has been postponed to the meeting of December 19th. So next we have item 14C, AO 2023-122, an ordinance approving proposed rate increases by the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for submission to the RCA. The public hearing on this item is now open. Come on down. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. For the record, you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree. She and her pronouns, 14 years, trans female, all of Anchorage and from the Alex. Now, as far as it goes, I totally understand where a proposed rate increase would be by any of the utilities to be able to continue to make sure that their people are getting compensated, especially with the way a jump of price of living and everything else like that. I do hope that the Assembly and the administration looks at all their departments, that we can take care of all of our people for retention. We cannot continue to try to turn around and grow as a city if we don't take the time to look at all facets of pay for our people to be there, enticement to be able to recruit. So if this is what is needed, I say by all means do it, but don't stop just here. Let's look at all aspects of making Anchorage work with the people, for the people, and about the people. Thank you so much.
All right. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So a motion to approve by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Mr. Volland?
I just want to say that I agree with the testimony that when we look at our water utility, we do need to consider all faucets.
Ouch. So anyone else want to follow that? Now's your chance. Stand up at Myrna's later. So Ms. Braga.
My only comment was looking at page 257. It was very interesting to see large bakeries have a higher water charge than a laundromat, but I'll follow up some other time.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-122 has passed the body. Next, we have 14M. 14M is AR 2023-398, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating when tendered $1,361,494.63 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities as transfer of responsibility and appropriating $48,942.60 as a transfer from the Area-Wide General Fund 101000, all the grant funds 231 for the Transit Marketing and Rideshare Program within the Public Transportation Department. The public hearing on this item is now open. I'm going to ask you to stay up in the front if you're going to testify on all these items. So, thank you. Welcome. Please state your name. What part of
Certainly,
town
I
you're
will,
from.
Sir Wallow.
You'll have 3 minutes.
As far as this goes, I mean, transferring money, especially whenever it comes to rideshare programs, public transportation. Again, I state, my name is Brian Witzke. I'm sorry, go she and her pronouns, and from the Alex. Currently, I'm working as a taxi cab driver, and I can tell you as far as part of the transportation and the movement of Anchorage constituents, the rideshare program definitely needs to be looked at, not only for the funding that we need for it, but also to be able to incorporate more for our handicap, our disabled, and whatnot, as well as at any moment in time to look at making sure that all people that are working within those departments are making a decent enough wage to be able to continue to be a part of those departments, including the fact of us taxi cab drivers, which at a later date I will speak of. But like I said, when it comes to moving money around to be able to make these services available to our people, I can only say we need to continue to use mindful insight on when we make changes with it, budget included, services included, and to make sure that we are doing what we can for the people first and not just about sounding good in politicians, sounding good in this, but actually that the work is getting done. Again, I approve if they need more money to be able to make these things happen, to make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bree. All right. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. So, motion to approve has been made by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Rivera. And any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 on the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-398 has passed the body. So, Mr. Terrell, the next 2 items are quasi-judicial. We changed the order, but we're going to go back to the regular order. So if you want, just stick around. Just don't vote on these 2 items, and then we'll get back to our regular agenda. So the next item before us is item 15A. 15A is AR 2023-407, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Drew Malone, DBA Southside Growers Co-op, a municipal marijuana retail sales establishment, license number M35531, located at 9400 Old Seward in Anchorage. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Mr. Wallen, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2023-407 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15B, Resolution AR 2023-410, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest of the transfer of location for State of Alaska marijuana manufacturing license number 15594 for Cold Creek Extracts LLC, DBA Cold Creek Extracts. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Mr. Wallen, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2023-410 has passed the body. Now, I'm told that item 14G is also a must-pass item, and so I would ask with unanimous consent that we take that item up briefly, if there's no objection. Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and take up AR 2023-403, a resolution providing for revisions to the 2022 general government operating budget to provide 2022 appropriations commensurate with 2022 expenditures for various departments and funds. Again, that's item 14G. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? I'm sorry, it's not up on the board. It's 14G. Sorry, I'm moving pretty fast. This one is a resolution providing revisions to the 2022 general government operating budget for 2022 appropriations. Okay, anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion?
Mayor,
Ms.
briefly.
Salatil?
So this just, as I spoke to earlier, brings our 2022 budget and our appropriations and our expenditures into alignment. My understanding it's must pass so they can finish the closeout process. So let's get it done. Thanks.
Said with a whisper. Okay, anyone else? Oh, there's someone. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add to Ms. Alatal's comments, this is a routine process, as I understand it, for making adjustments to prior year budgets to ensure we have balanced books. So it's not making a future appropriation, it's really cleaning up so that our folks on the other side can do that work. I just want to note that we do see that there's an overspend in the fire department. My understanding is that this is not the first year that's happened, and I just want to note that that often, as I understand it, fire department overtime is due in part to short staffing, not having kind of that extra slack in the workforce to account for injuries and planned leave. And so I think that's important to understand that this isn't frivolous spending by any means. It's really just, it's again a consequence of having those vacancies and not having a lot of extra staff to deal with. So that's something that we can continue to discuss next year. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-403 has passed the body. This moves us back to item 13A on the agenda. And item 13A is AO 2023-117. Now, I'll read it. An ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Chapter 1080 of the Anchorage Municipal Code for retail marijuana stores to allow acceptance of internet and telephone orders for sales to be picked up at the licensed premise only with identification check, to require video surveillance of a drive-through or walk-up exterior window, and to remove the prohibition of free samples consistent with the updated State of Alaska regulations. The public hearing on this item is now open. I will state, though, that the intent of the sponsors is to hold this item over one more meeting, to hear it again at the CEDC committee, which is happening on what day, Mr. Martin?
December 14th.
December 14th. So I would offer, if you want to be heard on the final day in the final form, you would wait. But if you've been waiting for a whole night, you might want to testify now and just get out of the way. So public hearing is open.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, and her pronouns. Currently residing at the Alex Olive Anchorage. When it comes to the commercialization of marijuana, for a lot of things that I'm not going to waste anybody's time and be one way or the other about it. But I do stress that when it comes to any substances, including our alcohol, we don't have this. Why should we even think about it for our marijuana? We already have enough issues that we face as business owners trying to get people to work. Retention of services. To add this into the idea of it being a thing as drive up through or walk up exterior, if we can't have it for alcoholism where we bring all our taxes in, why are we offering it to the marijuana industry? If this is the case, why was there such an uproar when it was first legalization of certain companies trying to create this? If we're going this direction and it's because we're doing it now because it's through the proper channels, I get that, but my point is still the same. If somebody wishes a substance like this, we don't offer it with cigarettes, we don't offer it with alcohol, why are we going to offer it with marijuana? I again say that we should definitely, when it comes to anything about this, keep it simple. There's less error, there's less chances of problems, there's less chances of intoxicating driving. If we keep it where we have the regulations, the premises where it is at, they have to go and pick it up. There's less chances of the system being sidestepped, taken advantage of. There are always ways to be able to get the consumer to the store. I say this out of safety for all aspects of it, not out of trying to be against it, but really we need to look at how we go about for our future, how we go about for our current. I disagree with anybody thinking that we could deliver any controlled substances as such as this or make it any more convenient than opening a store door and going in.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Vito Ungaro. I'm from Catablus. I'm here for having a drive-through. Reasons being, you have a lot of elderly. They don't want to come out of their car. Just like I'm a senior citizen, I drive through the Walgreens. We got robbed about 6 months ago. I'm not in the best neighborhood in the world, but if I open one on Muldoon, it'd be safety for my people that work for me. We could close up early and just be a drive-through. As far as kids, a lot of times people go bring their kids, they leave them in the car and then they go inside. This one, at least if the kid's there, they drive through. There's always a lot of things I just want to just mention before you guys vote. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming up. Now's your chance. Yeah, you can wait or you can. Unless we amend it substantially, no, you'd call it good. This is your chance, or you wait. All right, welcome. Please state your name, Lloyd. What part of town you're from?
Yazdi, owner of Uncle Herb's. I first want to just thank the Assembly, the administration, of course, Public Safety, our police department, for the oversight of a safe, compliant, well-regulated industry. And I've been involved in it since the very beginning. You know, I also have a lot of respect for our state board, so it's hard to take issues with some of the regulations, but I do feel, you know, that this needs just maybe a second look. You know, in my opinion, one of the most important things is to stop underage purchasing. And it happens. I mean, you know, fake IDs are prevalent. And I think it's far easier to do that at a drive-up window where, I mean, I guess the way I'd state it is the best barrier to underage purchasing in alcohol or cannabis is the front door of the business. Because kids are apprehensive. You know, they don't want to walk in where there's cameras, and so they've got to be pretty bold. To drive up, you know, have a hoodie, dark car, it's a little easier to do. On the sampling issue, I just don't think that's well defined. I think it needs more clarity. I mean, I could go into a long discussion. There's no measure of how much are we going to allow sampling. I also believe that if you allow free sampling in these stores, you know, folks are going to go from shop to shop, pick up their free samples, and those could equally end up in an underage market. So those are my comments tonight. You know, I respect the Assembly's review. I look forward to perhaps another meeting with, you know, the Community and Development Group, and thank you very much for your time tonight. It's been a long evening.
All right, anyone else? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Murray Crooks, live on the east side of town, Northeast Community Council Vice President. Just like to say, as a personal connection to this, when I was 11 or 12 years old, the cigarettes were out on display and they were accessible. So my friends and I would steal cigarettes. When I was 16, I would drive through and buy cigarettes at native smoke shops down south. I'm very much against the idea of drive-through selling of illicit substances, whether they be tobacco or alcohol or marijuana, because it leaves the person at the window in their discretion as to whether or not they sell to someone who's underage or not. Walking through a door where everyone has to show their ID before they can go inside and then stand in front of somebody and order something, puts enough barriers in place to reduce underage use of substances. And as somebody who abused that with cigarettes in the past, I can say it's much easier to go through a drive-through. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard tonight? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'd like to move to continue public debate to the meeting of January 9th and continue to refer this to our next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee on December 14th.
Second.
So the motion is to continue the public hearing to the meeting on January 9th with a referral to the CEDC, which was happening anyway, so we don't really need to have the referral in there. This is already on the docket. So we have a motion by Mr. Martinez, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Any opposition? Ask unanimous consent. Seeing, hearing none. The motion carries. That item will be back before us in the meeting of January 9th. Next, very similar situation with item 13B. They run it in concert with each other. AO 2023-118, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 21.03.105, 21.05.055, and 21.05.070 to allow drive-through service at marijuana retail sales establishments and waiving planning and review, Planning and Zoning Commission review. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. I move to continue the public hearing on this item at the meeting of January 9th.
So there's a motion by
Second.
Mr. Martinez, seconded by Ms. Brawley to continue the public hearing to January 9th. Any opposition? Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing, hearing none, the motion carries. This item will be back before us on January 19th. 9th. I wrote it 19th once and it just kept showing up. So January 9th. Okay, next we have, I believe, item 13D, 14D, I'm sorry. Yep, 14D, AO 2023-126, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 7.20.090, to limit the duration of contracts awarded through waiver of formal procurement procedures. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. Let's roll the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. So I'm, Mr. Cross.
Oh, yeah, just had, they want to go ahead and speak to their motion, and then my
Sure.
question's for Mr. Colhase. Thank you.
Sure, I'll speak briefly to it. So found ourselves in a situation where a 7-day emergency ended up with like 8-month-long contracts issued under the award through June, 7 months. Now, many years ago now, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we tackled amending this section of the code, and we couldn't quite figure out a way to close the loophole that would allow emergency procurements to happen, but wouldn't allow a train to drive through. And we had the experience, and thankfully the administration pulled back to the end of the year contracts that would have been issued through June. And so I'm grateful to that process for illuminating the method for us to allow the administration to continue, if they use the emergency powers, to be able to act expeditiously, but at the same time, leave a very important check on that process. And that check is that if a contract is intending to exceed, I think it's, I don't have it open yet, 21 days I think is where we settled. If the contract exceeds 21 days, then they have to bring it before the assembly by resolution, which we picked 21 days because 7 days is not enough, and 14 days maybe is not enough to get it before the assembly just by the vagaries of timing, but 21 days for sure is because the charter mandates we meet twice a month. And so all they would have to do if this passes is by resolution tell us we would like to extend this procurement that was done under emergency power to a specific time in the future. That they can't just grant an 8-month contract under an emergency power. And so when we did this conversation, it was when there was an administration I was very close to, and I was so mad because we couldn't figure it out, and we wrestled and back and forth. And where we got was they have to notify us. I couldn't think it through. But that process helped me to understand. Basically, if they believe they need more time than 21 days, they need to bring a resolution. And if it's an emergency, this body would always proceed. So that is the basis of this ordinance. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, so my question is just for Mr. Colhayes, and I understand, the Assembly's point, but just from the management point and you're at the head of issuing emergency contracts, do you recognize, or are there any unintended hurdles or complications that this creates for you in completing your job? Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Cross, thank you for the question. I guess I'd start by saying that the 8 months, whatever it was, 7 or 8 months, was an error. And when Chair Constant brought that to my attention, I said it was an error. We were working rapidly over the weekend to issue these contracts, and there were several people involved. We should have had a different timeline in there. So I just want to acknowledge that I made that acknowledgement to the chair at the time when he asked about it. I would say that it's hard to predict how long you would need contractors for an emergency. Certainly, I would agree, not for 8 months. I would think that something in the range of 6 weeks to 2 months allows ample time to solve issues that may come up during, for example, with snow response. There are situations where the response, the snow hauling may take longer than 14 days or 21 days. So I would like to see something longer than 21 days. I do understand we can come back to the body for an amendment by resolution, but I would like to see something longer than 21 days. Thank you.
Thank you. So 45 days?
Through the chair, yes, that would work fine.
Move to amend page, what is that? Page 2 of 3, line 32, where it says not to exceed 21 days. Change that to 45.
Motion to amend?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Volland. Go ahead and speak to that.
Yeah, so just that.
Oh, Salt? Was it Member Salt? No.
Yeah.
Oh, Member Salt second. I'm sorry. Okay.
I agree 8 months is too long. 21 days might be tight, my thought was not just for them, but in order that whoever needs to draft the resolution and stuff, just depending on the timing, that may create a real bottleneck and a rush, which means that we may end up getting an imperfect or a rough document on our plate in such a tight time frame, understanding everybody's kind of shorthanded anyway. So I think 45 days might be reasonable. That gives them a little bit more breathing room, but also it does not seem excessive. Thank you.
In the queue, I'm not sure if you're in for the amendment of the main. I have Ms. Branca.
I was going to ask to extend the time a little bit, but I'm happy with what Mr. Cross did.
Ms. Brawley in the amendment.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. I'm torn on that. I understand the practicality and thinking about drafting of contracts and so on. However, as I understand it, this is really, the term of a contract would be 21 days and then can be longer with assembly approval. So what we're really talking about is the turnaround time for the paperwork, as I understand it. If it is something where there's a longer-term contract anticipated that would be needed on an emergency basis, it's hard to predict, obviously, all the situations that we may be in. But I guess I still don't see a major hardship. That said, maybe there's not a huge difference between 21 and 45, but I do want to see something that is tight enough because, you're right, there is practicality, but also we are a government entity, and so we are held to certain things that we just need to do. There are ways to waive procedures, but the bottom line is we have to do things a certain way. And so I don't want to go too far down the road of having too many exceptions to that, knowing that, again, we're ultimately accountable for what we do in a different way than we would in the private sector. Thank you.
Mr. Salt on the amendment.
Thanks. One thing I worry, every time we make changes to Title VII, that we're taking tools out of the toolkit and we're going to lead ourselves on unintended consequences. So with respect to the amendment, I think 45 days is certainly better than 21. My concern would be with like 21 is if depending on the work scope, if it took longer than 21 days, you're not going to complete. And again, like Mr. Constant said, if it's an emergency, we'll always approve until the one time we don't. And then future contractors might be leery to bid on a contract knowing that they wouldn't be able to finish it. And then you also could run into the situation, again, depending on the work scope, that a contractor may not want to come in to finish someone else's work because of liability reasons. So we need to keep that in mind. I see why we're doing this, but we need to keep that in mind, that once we pick our horse, we kind of have to ride it unless there's a breach of contract or a failure. Thanks.
Myself in the queue, and I do not support the amendment. I actually appreciate two things that you said there. No one would bid. First, Mr. Salt, these are no bid contracts. These are awards directly to the entity of the executive's choice. That's the first dilemma. The second dilemma is once we pick our horse, we have to stay with it. And so under the current code as written, a mayor could authorize a contract in any amount for any term and just spend. And if they did an egregious amount and they signed that contract and it was 90 days, 45 days, every one of those days there would be nothing we could do. There is no check. There is no check. And so all this ordinance does is says, on day 21, you need to bring to us a document that says, this is our rationale. We need to continue this work because the emergency is not done. And so that to me is not a hard thing to do. I drafted a resolution today that I could have laid on the table addressing an expense and amendment. It didn't take me but half an hour. That work can be done, and we have an entire finance department, Office of Management and Budget, leadership in the maintenance and operations department. We have an operation of emergency management. We have a mayor's office. We have a municipal manager's office. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on staff regularly. We can have a resolution drafted and before us to continue that work. So I would ask my peers to help institute a very simple check which provides 2 meetings, really 2 meetings of an opportunity for them to come forward, any administration. Again, I struggled with this with an administration I was close to. So I'd ask my peers to vote no on this amendment, and let's put this check in the code. Mr. Salt.
Yeah, I just say that in a way that sort of happened tonight where the administration brought back snow hauling before us and we didn't approve it.
We actually did approve it for $1 million. We did. We did not approve it. We just said, provide us a sum that's reasonable and then come back to us when you give us the details we need. That's a check. It's not an open faucet. It's just a check. And so there's 6 or 8 inches of snow expected tonight, and the Assembly awarded that amendment. So there's no argument to be made tonight that we didn't. It's not fair or good faith to make that argument. We need that check. Thank you. On the amendment, anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 4 to 5, the amendment has failed to pass. Now we have before us the main motion. The question is, shall we approve AR 2023-126? Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 7-2, AR 2020, and the youth rep votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2023-126 has passed the body. Ooh.
Chair, just want to do a time check. Do we need to extend?
So that darn clock is still 1 hour off, and it almost gave me a heart
Okay,
attack
sorry.
last
All
week.
right, thanks.
No, I would love it if someone could communicate with the library to update their clock. Last week, it caused me to say things I probably shouldn't have said, but last meeting. Okay, next we have, which item are we on next? D, 14E. We have item 14E, AR 2023-400S, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage approving the issuance by the Public Finance Authority of its revenue bonds, Goodwill Industries of Lane and South Coast Counties Project Series 2023 in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $12,500,000. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S.
Second.
All right, thank you. The S version has been moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by whom? Mr. Volland. Any discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. So on a vote of 9-0, AR 2020, and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AR 2023-400 has passed the body. So next we have item 14F, Assembly Memorandum 834-2023, Employee Relations Board, Matt Cruikshank. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. Will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 834-2023 has passed the body. Next we have item 14H. 14H is AO 2023-110, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 10 to add a new chapter for the licensing and regulation of short-term rental operations in the municipality and amending AMC Section 14.60.030, the municipal fine schedule to add corresponding fines. Clerk's note states, this intent of the sponsors is to postpone action on this item, continue to the public hearing to the future date. We'll hear from the sponsors. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone should be heard? All right, so who's got the motion?
So move to postpone till the meeting of January 9th.
Second.
All right, a motion has been made by Mr. Salt to continue the public hearing to the meeting of January 9th, seconded by Mr. Walland. Okay.
Actually, if you don't mind, I'll amend it to the January 23rd since the 9th is getting pretty busy.
Okay, to the meeting of January 23rd. January 23rd is the last meeting we have to add items to the ballot. So I think it's fine to move this one. It's the first item we've moved, but with the next several meetings, we have to be very mindful of that meeting, that it's our last chance for the ballot. So, but I think that's a fine motion. Go ahead. The motion then is the meeting of the 23rd by Mr. Salt and Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I just had a brief question for the sponsors. I do support postponement, but I was wondering if the sponsors are intending to continue with the original version, or if we may see a new version in the future.
Yes, we are working on an S version. We have some details we need to work out, as well as we want to hear from some more community councils and members at large.
Thank you.
Ms. Branca.
I was hoping that there'll be another version. I know that the bed and breakfast part is really unclear to people. They get a separate license, and nowhere
Point
in
of order.
here. does it say that this is not dealing with the regular
All right,
bed and
so
breakfast?
A point of order has been raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we're speaking to postpone and not the content of the item.
So I think what I heard was, is there going to be a substitute version because I have concerns with certain elements not clear? Fair summary?
Fair summary.
So is that, and the
And
answer was yes.
asked and answered,
Yeah,
but-
okay, so I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. I would offer there's an alternative strategy if there is a new version coming, kill this baby and start over fresh. But that's just a matter of personal taste. So I'm not a sponsor and I'll let you guys sort that out. So I think then we have the motion to postpone before us. Okay, hearing and seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2023-110 has been continued to the meeting of January 23rd. Okay. Next, we have item 14I. 14I is AO 2023-120, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Chapters 21.02, Boards and Commissions and Municipal Administration, 21.03, Review and Approval Procedures, 21.06.
Waive reading.
I think I have to go a little further through the titles. Thank you, though. Dimensional Standards and Measurements, 2111, Downtown, 2113, Nonconformities, and 2115, Rules of Construction. So the public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volin, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I know Daniel McKenna Foster is back here in back from, and so maybe he can, I'm just looking for what the big points are on this. If there's anything the planning department might be able to share, what are the most significant changes in this that we should probably be aware of? If not Daniel, someone else from the planning department, since this is through their request.
All right, welcome, Mr. McKenna Foster. You have the floor. Summary, what does this do? It's up, you just turned it off. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Yeah, this is really kind of a cleanup ordinance as we were going through, working with some of the people developing downtown. They came up with, there's something, for example, where it said if the street is 70 feet wide, up to 70 feet or greater than 70 feet, but then they said, well, what happens if the right-of-way is 70 feet? So we had to address that. During the previous process, the use of parking had been removed, which wasn't the intent. And so it made it so somebody couldn't put in parking if they wanted. That was never the intent. A lot of stuff with kind of superscripts and subscripts in tables in Chapter 3, I believe, in terms of the references. Maybe the only kind of substantive changes would be that parking use, because it's adding a use back in that got inadvertently removed. There's something about removing a specific regulation about commercial design standards with the rationale that downtown has its own design standards. So really it is cleanup. It's stuff that came up during sort of questions from developers or as we were going through and realizing, oh, right now this reference is no longer correct. There's one, for example, to the airport height limit that as other kind of concurrent processes reordered pieces of the code, this had to respond to that.
Excellent. I appreciate you guys working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly, I can't speak to the technical details of this, but I think it's a great illustration of two things about zoning code. One, it's complicated, and then even when you make changes and you have the clear intent of those changes, sometimes it does take some time as folks use it on the ground and identify those tweaks, those inconsistencies or areas that need clarity, so I appreciate that. I think it's also important to note that our zoning code is a living document, and so this is a major change. The downtown code was a major change. These are minor changes to do it, but just to say that it is always possible to make updates to our code to make sure that it's working better. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McKenna Foster, in your comments you said that part of what this does is you said parking was inadvertently removed as a use, but I think what you meant was structured parking, correct? Because I think the original intention of the code update was to remove surface parking as a permitted use. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yeah, it's kind of tricky because the way the code is set up, it says parking is allowed, but then there's a use-specific standard that says surface lots are no longer allowed downtown. But yeah, there was nothing that said, yes, you can build structured parking, because it had sort of been removed. And I think downtown code is the only place where structured parking exists as its own use type. And so we put that back in just so it's clear that if people want to provide that, they can do that.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-0, AO 2023-120 has passed the body. The youth rep votes
Yes.
yes. Next, we have item 14J, AO 2023-112, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive telecommunication and electrical easements, Chugach Electric Association, Inc., on portions within 10 municipal parcels.
Waive reading.
Thank you. There is an S version for this item. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone and set the public hearing to 12/19.
Second?
So you want to reopen a public hearing?
The S version is quite a bit different than this, and it wasn't prepared for tonight's meeting.
Okay, so your goal then is, your motion is, I would like to continue the public hearing to what day?
12/19.
Okay, continue the public hearing to December 19th. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so a motion to continue the public hearing to December 19th, made by Ms. Bronca, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion?
I just wanted to shout out to Ms. Helzer for her help on the S version and just clearing up what the difference between right-of-way and easement, and seeing that there does not need to be an election for this park use. We want to get that pathway from when this was first moved from BLM to Chugach Electric, and then there is going to be a little bit added to it that does protections of use in that easement, and so that's why we're waiting.
All right. Anyone else? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AO 2023-112 the public hearing has been continued to the meeting of December 12th. We've been at this quite a long time. I'm going to give us a 5-minute break before we tackle the last 3 items in public testimony. So we're just going to take a quick break. All right, let's come back together. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Rivera. So we just... All right, next we have item 14K. We'll come back to order. Item 14K is AR 2023-368, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, confirming and levying assessments for the water special improvements within levy upon connection roll 2023-W-1, setting date of payment and providing for penalties and interest in the event of delinquency. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Browley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Is this the one we have an amendment for? Okay, it's the next one. Okay, so any discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-0, AR 2023-368 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14L. 14L is AR 2023-369, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, confirming and levying assessments for the sewer special improvements within levy pond connection roll 2023-S-1, setting date of payment and providing for penalties and interest in the event of delinquency. We have an S1 version, public hearing, and we have also Assembly Memorandum AM 829-2023A. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, the S version, seconded by Mr. Rivera. We don't want the S1 version? Oh, I'm sorry, S1 is actually the roll. It is the S, sorry. So the S version has been moved by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera seconds. So,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment on behalf of the administration, and I didn't think to write it down, but it is brief. So because this is dealing with sewer, it would be to amend line 10 and insert the word waste before the word water, so it reads wastewater. And then similarly on line 12, at the end it says municipal water system, it should say, or it would be municipal wastewater system. And I believe those are the only two places.
yeah, thanks. I think the clerk had that in writing.
It's in the AM?
Sorry, it's in the AM, yes.
In the AMA?
Yes, the A version of the AM.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Collies.
I don't have it in front of me. I thought it was line 13. I may have put a typo in my email, but I thought the second word water in line 13. I'm trying to find my document. Mr. Chair, we figured it out. It was moved because of the legislative drafting, but I think Ms. Brawley has it correct. Thank you.
Oh, you didn't get a second yet for your amendment? I thought it was Mr. Rivera. No? Okay, so we have a motion to amend by Ms. Brawley. Is there a you did? Okay. Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, Mr. Rivera seconds. So basically, it just adds the word waste when it says water in certain places so that it accurately reflects which utility. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Okay, the amendment has passed. Now we have before us AR 2023-369S. With the AM 829-2023A, which has been amended. Now we have the item before us. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Looking at Exhibit A, it looks like the most substantive changes is removing one of the properties from the list. I was wondering if, for the record, Mr. Cloyce could just explain why that one was taken out?
Through the chair to Mr. Johnson, actually David Persinger from AWU is here, and he can better explain that than could I. Thank you.
Mr. Persinger, the light is not on, so hit the green button. Thanks.
David Persinger, Assistant General Manager, through the chair. That property was removed because it was inadvertently added. It was basically an error on the part of the title company. They sent us a check. They didn't do the connection, and so we removed that from the roll.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-0, AR 2023-369S with AM 829-2023A as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 14N. 14N is AR 2023-406, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $1 million as a transfer from the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund 151000 to the Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Capital Fund 601800, Maintenance and Operations Department to purchase replacement APD vehicles and equipment. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, transgender, 14 years, female. Alex is my location at the current moment, but I'm all of Anchorage. I want to make sure that everybody that, watches these, that learns from these, that goes through these, understands that, I'm very proud of being part of Anchorage. I'm very proud of that our APD has taken many steps sometimes to return money that they didn't use. More than that they have the intelligence to be able to make decisions and be able to adjust the way they spend things. Many times we have frustrations as far as civilian to the system, and we backlash. We as people need to remember that, all sides of services don't always coincide with our lives, but rules are there for reasons, and we are proud when we have a service that takes the time to look internally to try to start solving some of the situations and the shortages. So I wanted to make sure that everybody takes a moment to remember that APD is not always out there just to get us, but they're out there to protect us too. I know many people that are of different walks of life that look differently upon APD and our services. So I just wanted to take a moment and make sure that they get their shine where they get it. I appreciate that the APD is there and what they do, and the team that is shorthanded doing so much. So I hope that the Assembly does do what they need to do in making it to where they're capable to continue to do what they need to do to make the services of safety and availability everything it can be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by, I believe, Mr. Salt. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
C. So on this item, there was inadvertently the public hearing we put on the item, so council has advised that we just need to come back to this and just do a motion, second, third, and that's it.
But it was introduced.
I know, but there was no public hearing set for it. It was just introduced without a public hearing set.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Okay. On a vote of 9-0, AR 2023-406 has passed the body. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the keen eye of Ms. Branga, we caught what I will amount to as a clerical error for item 10G, 10 Golf 9, which was on the addendum, and we dealt with it during the consent agenda. It was meant to have a public hearing date of December 19th, but that public hearing date was inadvertently left off of the item. So based on advice of council, at this moment, I'm just going to make a motion, hope to have a second and a third to set this item, resolution number AR 2023-421, for a public hearing on December 19th.
Second.
Third.
So a motion was made by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Wall, and third by Ms. Brawley. That item has been reintroduced. Okay. So that concludes the regular business portion of our agenda. Next, we move on to audience participation. It's your chance to come on up. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Hi, Irene Queedno, Sand Lake. I'm talking to you as a taxpayer now. Tonight, you have used again and again, when it comes to the snow removal and stuff, you said, we need to be financially responsible. We need to make sure we use the taxpayers' money wisely. As a taxpayer, I'm telling you right now, tonight, do not use me as an excuse not to approve more money for snow removal. I will gladly pay more taxes so the snow can be removed. People cannot get to work. People can damage their vehicles. And anything we can do to help the mayor get that job done, I am willing to pay extra money, so do not use me as an excuse to not approve it. And I have watched you for, this is the third year. Every winter it's the same. The mayor asks for more money for the snow removal, or he asks for an expansion of the contract, and you quibble, and you divvy it down, and you say, no, you can do it with less money. And the mayor gets blamed for the snow removal not being done when you are the ones who are holding the purse strings, and you are the ones responsible for it not being possible to do the job. The other thing is that really upsets me is that you constantly, when it comes to things that the administration wants to do, you say we need to be financially responsible. But when it comes to the homeless with no results, you spend money and you spend more money, you spend money on your pet projects, and yes, it needs to be done often immediately too, and you have no problem spending the money on that. And going back to the snow removal, you said we don't want this to come at the last minute. Some of the issue is that it is a weather event and we can't predict it. The other issue is because you're always whittling down what the mayor is asking for, you make him come back again and again and again, instead of approving it from the beginning and be done with it for the season. Tonight was not asking for more money. It's already in the budget. All they asked for was to extend the contract, and you still couldn't do it. And then as a last reminder, there are many instances where you were not fiscally responsible, and one of them is last year during the election, well, in the spring. You said, okay, we're going to move the marijuana tax out from under the tax cap. Well, we set that aside for early childhood education, and you failed to tell the people that that leaves a $6 million hole under the tax cap for you to increase taxes without any public approval. And you can do that just like that because the tax cap stays the same. Do not tell me that you're fiscally responsible when you do stuff like that. Thank you.
All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. Over the Alex at the current moment in all of Anchorage. I want to take a moment and say thank you again to the Assembly, thank you again to the administration for all the work that you guys have been trying to do with the homeless as far as finding ways, facing challenges too, and the arguments back and forth. Everybody's opinion has merit to themselves. Everybody's way of doing things is going to be important to them. And when we come together and we cooperate together, I know it's difficult, 12 bodies coming together to agree on one thing. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. The administration and the team and everything else like that, sometimes putting together things in the format to be able to please, it's all difficult. That's why we elected you guys. So thank you guys, and thank you to the mayor's team and the administration. With that, unfortunately this last year, and I want to make sure that we showcase, as it is the month of December, it is a month of family, being of a homeless situation and being of a struggling situation through Alaska for now 29 years myself, Anchorage street people are my family. So with that, as it is today is my birthday, I give Anchorage a chance to be able to maybe remember for healing purposes, maybe of personal purposes and whatnot, as December 4th was delivered a 12-foot tall, 8-foot wide cross sitting on the corner of 3rd and Gamble. If there's any problems with it from anybody, please feel free to reach out and get to me. It is a starting of a memorial. I welcome everybody a chance to be able to drop something off in remembrance of the struggles that we've had, where more than enough bodies have passed, or more than enough issues have happened. Our homeless is part of our population, and they are part of our tax-paying abilities as well. When they purchase things that are taxed, it's still a tax. For every life we lose in this town, for every life that goes through a struggle, you can bet 2 more people that are residents are also affected. If you combat that through all the way through and you do the math about it, 80% of everybody is affected by anybody that is on the street and struggling. So again, for the work that you guys do, for the work that you guys challenge and what you are doing, when you do it, even if it's an argument for or against somebody else's opinion, congratulations, you guys took the job. Thank you for doing it. Of that, I do ask again if there's any problems with the memorial that I have started to set up. I do hope that it does grow, and I do hope that you take a moment to go down there and read it and see it for yourself. It's 3 weeks worth of thought myself and 4 people that put together 2 days worth of build to be able to put it there. I'm open to any suggestions to make it bolder and brighter, to remember everybody that we lost through the struggle of the summer and what we're getting ready to face this coming summer. Thank you for y'all's time. Thank you for the opportunity to come up here and speak as much as I do. You guys have a great night.
All right. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
Hi, my name is Daniel King, and I live in Spenard. Earlier tonight, a group organized by the Party for Socialism and Liberation, or PSL, attended the early stages of the Assembly meeting in support of a ceasefire in Gaza. A few members of the group were disruptive, and the Assembly chambers had to be cleared. While the method used to have their voices heard was counterproductive, I hope the Assembly will still recognize most people who came out tonight have found the Assembly's silence on this issue disheartening, and that PSL is the only group giving space and direction to these concerned constituents. With that in mind, I'd like to read the statement I originally prepared for tonight. I stand in solidarity with my Palestinian friends and neighbors. I'm here tonight to ask for a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. What happened on October 7th was tragic, and the loss of life and the hurt the people in Israel felt at their lost or missing loved ones is unimaginable. But the conditions that the people of Gaza and the West Bank have been living in over the last 75 years and the further treatment after October 7th is barbaric. Over 10,000 Palestinians have been murdered by the Israeli government bombing campaign and blockade. To call this anything but genocide would be an insult to the lives lost. This resolution we are asking for would not be the first of its kind in the United States. Atlanta, Georgia, Detroit, Michigan, Akron, Ohio, all these cities and more have passed resolutions calling for a ceasefire. Why should Anchorage, Alaska, our city, not be on that list? We need to make a unified stand like we did when the Assembly suspended the city's relationship with our Russian sister city amid the ongoing attack on Ukraine. What makes this situation any different? Every Assembly meeting begins with a land acknowledgement. The Assembly agenda describes this as intended to be a statement for our collective movement toward decolonization and equity. With that in mind, a call for a ceasefire would be just that. Not just saying the words, but doing the actions that will lead toward equality. We shouldn't be pushing this just for Anchorage, but for the world at large. I hope you all will make the right decision. I hope you will put forth a ceasefire resolution and save as many lives as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
I just
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Salt.
I just wanted to say thank you for recognizing the proper way to be heard in the Assembly chambers and for recognizing that earlier wasn't. So thank you for that. We heard you. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alyssa. I am from Bayshore. I am a nurse within this community, and I am here to stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. As you know, Palestinians are facing a humanitarian crisis, a public health crisis, and a genocide. I can see that there are many members of this assembly that are advocates for mental health, access to shelter, access to safety, and access to health care. I've noted Brawley, Zalatel, and Rivera, who have all spoke about issues pertaining to these values. Thank you for doing this. Our community needs advocates like you. As you know, that the genocide that is being committed to the Palestinian people involves Alaskans because part of our tax dollars as Americans goes to the support of Israel's military and government. Tax dollars that could be going to the betterment of our community, such as snow removal. The Israeli government, with U.S. support, has murdered over 20,000 plus civilians, approximately half of which are children. Thousands more stuck under rubble and 1 million plus civilians displaced, again done with bombs and military devices provided by our tax dollars. Bombs which have targeted innocent civilians within residential buildings, schools, refugee camps, churches, and hospitals. Hospitals where displaced civilians sought refuge, where healthcare workers like me have been killed for simply doing their jobs, healthcare workers who have stood by their values to treat, advocate, and care for patients. I am asking you, the leaders of our community, to stand by your values, which includes access to health, shelter, and to safety. I'm asking you to stand with compassion, with empathy, and humanity. We have already seen one Alaskan leader, Senator Murkowski, dehumanize Palestinian lives to that of human shields. Such rhetoric has cost thousands of Palestinian lives. I'm asking you to stand by your values and the responsibility as our leaders to speak on the values of your constituents. I'm asking the Assembly for a resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing hearing none, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is member comments. We'll start with Mr. Salt.
No comments.
Mr. Cross.
No comment, Chair.
Mr. Vaughn.
No comments.
Ms. Brawley.
No comment.
Mr. Johnson.
No comment.
Ms. Bronga.
No comment?
Mr. Rivera.
I'm gonna break the chain. So a couple things. Sorry, I know you wanted to say no comment really quick. So we got a lot of great work done today. I feel like today was a very productive day. Also, I just wanted to put a final encouragement for folks to attend the AML conference Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, or at least to attend the community block party tomorrow at 5:30. All of the AML events are right across the street from our offices at the Denina, so it should be easy to get to. Thanks.
Mr. Martinez.
Well, Mr. Rivera, you were wrong. I wanted to invite everyone who's listening here today and who is going to hear this online to East High School this weekend, December 9th. There's a diversity festival hosted by the Bridge Builders of Anchorage. And so I'll be out there, and I encourage my fellows, colleagues, and members of our community to join me. And thank you, Chair, for a great meeting.
Thank you, everybody. And I will note again that the folks from the city of Houston will be in this building in the auditorium on the other side from, I think, 6 to 7:30. So I know that's conflicting with the AML event, but for some, this issue has been very top of mind. So if you want to hear a perspective and get a pulse from another community that's looking at us and telling us where we are, I think that's a good opportunity. Tonight was a consequential meeting. It was the closure of the annual budget process. Now we move swiftly into election season, meaning we have the questions that go on the ballot coming up before us. The deadline to get questions on the ballot is the second meeting in November or January. And so bond issues have to be resolved in advance of that, though, because it's just too late if it hasn't been through bond council and vetted. It was a bit exciting tonight in the chamber, all those folks, and it hasn't been like that in here for a couple of years or year and a half, and at least I think the motivation of these folks was much better than what we had seen in here before. For the years that we faced the aggression that we had to see in this chamber. And with that, to everybody who put in all your hard work to get this meeting done and this budget passed and all this work, congratulations. New members, this is your first budget, and it doesn't get any easier. So it's just the work. Thank you. With that, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. We are adjourned.